Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, April the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help. Yes, yes. Thank you, Ty Man. Okay, guys. So before we get rolling here, I guess this doesn't break the 25-day rule, I suppose. We were talking about this one yesterday. Of course, the Global Life GL got absolutely slammed down yesterday by a fuzzy panda short seller report. Unbelievable move for it yesterday from 100 all the way down to 37 something, 39 something. It has rebounded somewhat. They did come out with I guess, a mild rebuttal. I guess they said intends to explore all means of legal recourse against parties responsible. Okay, so they did come out with a mild rebuttal, and that is GL. And I don't know if that's because of not being able to, because they're so close to releasing earnings, are not allowed to come out with a full report. I really don't know. But anyway, yeah, it's a very, very weak rebuttal, as William is saying. Disappointed today to see self-motivated short sellers push inflammatory allegations in order to drive down GL stock price. We intend to more fully rebut these allegations in the near future. So maybe they have to wait until they release earnings. I don't know. Anyway, that is the but no disputing the fact. I mean, it went from 38 up to 56 now. The low yesterday, 38, 56 or so. 56 now. We'll have to see what happens. See if this is just see. Well, we'll have to see. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen. See if people actually believe them and say, yeah, okay, maybe this fuzzy panda was out to lunch, or this is just a bounce that is not justified. So we'll have to see. Other than that, guys, I'm really not seeing too much. I mean, I see this. I mean, we had such a tremendous day yesterday, following two of them, Rent on the way up and GL on the way down. Don't know if we're going to have a day like that today, but you never know. PXMD, really cheap one. It's just barely over $1 now. It has come from 41 cents yesterday, pre-market, all the way up to got a little bit above $1 pre-market, or sorry, post-market yesterday. So it's at those levels right now. I think they had some news announced the completion execution of 3 pivotal registrations, et cetera, et cetera. So there was some news they put out. So there is, in theory, a reason for this move. Low float, 6.9 million in the float. NXPL is hanging tough around the 250 mark through the 200-day moving average. Another low float, 13 million in the float. It's actually an earnings play. It is actually an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. You can see the move area. If you can see my move area, or the move area on my 15-minute chart, that is the action. And it's actually above the high of the post market, which was around 232. They also say they're entering into a definitive business combination agreement. Okay, so there's a merger. This is not a SPAC, though, as far as I can see. No, it's not a SPAC. So anyway, I guess they're doing a merger down the road. Yeah, ALLR. I think this is another. Okay, so ALLR actually popped up to about $5 this morning. It has moved all the way back down to 3, and I'm trying to see why. I don't have any specific news. I'm just scouring these headlines. I don't see any specific reason for the ALLR other than the fact that it's a crazy low float. Let me check another source. We have 274,000. Let me check another source just to see if how close that is to the home dilution or the dilution tracker, ALLR. It's close. I mean, they have 830,000. I mean, it's still well under a million shares. PXMD making another high, guys. PXMD making another high. Well, I guess a few days ago. What day was this? This was, yeah, not that long ago. A little over, less than a month ago. About a month ago, this actually hit. Okay, I'm reading this wrong. Sorry, guys. So it got up to $1.05 about a month ago. Is ALLR a reverse split today, or this was? Aha, a 1 for 20 reverse split. Effect well, so this was last week, right? Okay, so this was a reverse split last week. Thanks, John. Yeah, just looking here. The news came out on the 4th. In Hub C, HUBC, HUBC, Israeli stock, cybersecurity, Israeli stock up 28%. Low float, 9.9 million in the float. Don't see any specific news on it. OCX. Okay, well, maybe this will be interesting. We had a massive move after hours yesterday. It's actually an earnings play. Actually, yeah, it's an earnings play this morning. It's interesting because it's almost like they released earnings after hours. Maybe there was a leak because it does say when you read these headlines, misses, but market is rewarding them. Maybe they didn't miss as, or maybe they didn't miss as much as they thought. Anyway, OCX through the 200-day moving average, but it's a pretty sizable pullback from what it did after hours yesterday, from almost cut in half, basically cut in half. I think the high was around 676 and we're at 339 now. So cut in half from the post market high. Claudia, good morning. In our YouTube room. Okay, JP Morgan. So yeah, some of the banks have released earnings today. Next week, a lot more of them. So we're starting to get into the beginning of earning. Well, we're sort of at where we're at the beginning of earning season. Okay, JP Morgan released, City Group released, Wells Fargo released, STT released. Some of the banks released today. Yeah, JP Morgan actually moved down quite a bit, actually. For 2.8 billion in the float, that's a big percentage move down, 3.4%. Be very interesting, this heat map on the way up and down. Once we get really into earnings, guys, tree map, because it's called a tree map. Now, let's see who's talking today. Anybody? I don't think there's anybody talking about the Fed guys. Okay, well, I guess there is a guy. So at 1 o'clock, we've got Schmidt, and at 2:30, we've got Bostic. So we do have a couple of the Fed presidents talking today. One at 1 o'clock, and the other at 2:30. There's one at 3:30, but I'll be long gone. And William said he will not be able to keep the room open later today, so that's okay, William, of course. So at about 3 o'clock, I'll be definitely taking off Eastern time, of course. Yeah, just not seeing too much, guys. Okay, what happened with this one? CISS. This just showed up. I'm looking for more expensive ones, though. Yeah, $2, probably an all-time low right now. Almost all-time low. Basically, an all-time low now. CISS. Well, you don't have to go, William. Remember the yellow pages? You could just go to the yellow pages and hire somebody. GL guy is on the move here, actually. GL guy, yeah, GL is actually on the move a little bit more now. There is the post market high right there. I'm going to set an alert for the post market high as it recovered from the low. The low was so the low was 38.95, and in the post market after hours yesterday, it actually tacked on $20. So is CISS a reverse split today? Okay, thank you. And it's down. Okay, okay. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at the sectors today. We're in for a big negative open. Last time I looked, it was not down this much, but we're in for definitely a negative open. Not quite as bad as Wednesday, but we're still getting there, guys. Looking at the SPY down 4, and on Wednesday, that I think the SPY was down about 7 before when we opened. So we're definitely getting a bit of a shellacking again for the SPY. So let's take a look at the major sectors. As my computer starts to go crazy. All right, so kind of interesting. A little bit. Wow, look at the PXMD guys. Now another new high now. So little bit interesting because on Wednesday every single sector was clobbered. Okay, so energy though right now as we speak. So first of all, let me explain what you're seeing here. XLE, the major ETF for energy, stocks that make up XLE, 95% of them are above yesterday's close, okay? Now, it doesn't mean they're all ripping higher. It just means they could be like 0.0001% above and it'll make it into the green column. EQT sort of bucking the trend. So energy is strong today, even though virtually every other sector is very weak. Look at tech, almost 98% down. Communications 94% down from yesterday's close. So we're in for another rocky open, guys, except for energy. So energy right now, as we speak, is the strongest sector. Now, okay, now take a look at some of the ETFs. So here's silver, and I did notice that companies like PAAS, AG, I did see they were up this morning. So there's the silver ETF, SLV, gold, GDX. So excuse me, precious metals again. This is copper index. But anyway, precious metals again, guys, SLV, GDX. These are the miners, the gold miners. And as always, I just like to check to see where XLU is compared to the 200-day moving average. All the major sectors are above the 200-day moving average. This is the one that is, even close to the 200-day moving average. Take a look at XLK. So this is the tech. So where is you can't even see the 200-day moving average. It's still 184, so it's way down here. So it's, I mean, not real in real jeopardy. Maybe keep an eye on Toon, Toon. Had a nice day yesterday. Nice week, actually. GL on the move, guys. GL is definitely on the move. So the Toon president is going to be on Benzinga this morning at around noon Eastern. Okay. GL on the move, though. Definitely on the move. So the orb channel should be. So the question is, where is the orb channel, the opening range break channel? This is the only way I can help you. If you click on new from the toolbar, it's in the dock channel bar. If you're checking on the channel bar, it's not there. At least it shouldn't. I don't think it's there. It's definitely in the docked channel bar. Okay. So click on new and then docked channel bar. And there it is. Okay. There it is. Opening range break right there. Okay. So it's on the docked channel bar. If it's not there, I don't know how to help you. We have to go to support. Oh, you found it. Okay, good. All right, guys. Now, if you have our AI, okay, and you have our premium service and you have our AI, again, I'm going to say this every single day because I get people asking, well, how do I see it and what do I do with it, et cetera, et cetera. So this is all I would do. Okay, I would really, really uncomplicated. Don't go to the channel. The channel will give you this, but it'll give you a lot more stuff. In my opinion, uncomplicated. All you have to do is this: click on. Sure, I don't. Just give me a moment. Click on new, and then you'll see there we have three that start with premium AI. Okay, pick the middle one, the one that says premium AI strategy trades window. That's the one you want. This is what you'll see. Okay, nothing happening yet. The AI doesn't produce any alerts until at least at 9:40 every day. Okay, doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40 Eastern time, of course. It doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40, but that's the earliest alert you'll get from the AI. So that's why it's blank right now. Okay, and all I would do is incorporate this as part of your layout. And so on Monday morning, when you load trade ideas, you don't have to go through the exercise of clicking on new and premium AI. It'll be here. Just incorporate it as part of your layout and just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay. There's no video that's going to show you how to trade them or anything like that. I know we get the question all the time. Okay, I need a video. Like, how do we use it? Well, how you use it is up to you, quite frankly. The alerts will come in. There's nothing for you to do. There's no modifications. There's nothing for you to do, really. Just wait for the alerts to happen. And how you trade them will be up to you. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Legal. And of course, yesterday, the awesome alert for rent at about 11, a little over, I think 11:20 or something. And of course, rent went all the way up to, not that you would have held your entire position if you had got in, but rent got all the way up to, in fact, here's the little buy there. So it was 11:28. The entry was 11:28, and it actually got all the way up to around 24:13. Again, not saying you would have got in right at the very penny and got out right at the very top, but man, give me the middle two thirds anytime. What is the AI alert looking for? Well, Most of the time, I mean, the ones like most of the time, there'll be stocks that have gapped up to some extent, and then they're just moving. Okay, but there are all sorts of different strategies that get optimized. So there's not one specific thing it's looking for. But when you look at rent yesterday, trying to see what it did do in the pre-market yesterday. Yeah, so in the pre-market, it already gapped up, as an example. Okay, I'm not saying that's all it's looking for, but because this is after hours the day before. Okay, and you can see the big gap up, and then it had still gapped up from the previous day's close. But that's just one strategy. I mean, there are a lot of different strategies. Some of the strategies are pullbacks. So it all depends. But that's why you click on the alert, and if it makes sense to your trading style or plan, then you can follow it and take the trade. Oh, I didn't see that question, JD. The top list with the position of previous stage range set to min for one other exclusive. Let's take a look at NXPL. So NXPL, of course, is showing up here for me, but let me previous day range filter set to a minimum 100. Sure, I mean, and obviously it's way above. You'd have to give me the link. It's a topless window, right? So my topless window here is of course showing it. So it must be some filter that's blocking it. Hard for me to know, Shady. I'd have to see it. But you can see it front and center right there for me, NXPL. And if I click on configure, I don't have much really. Price is up from 3%. I don't even have that. It doesn't have to be above yesterday's high, but of course it would be. The only other thing I can think of is how many do you have in the time frame in your record count? Not that it should matter because it's up so much, but what are you sorting on? I've got 100 here in my record count. I'm also sorting on sometimes the sort can kind of screw things up a bit. There's GL guys. So GL is now above the post-market high yesterday. Okay. So I'm sorting on the gap percent. Not I don't know what you're sorting on. And that can have an effect. So GL guys on the move here. Definitely a nice comeback. Jose, there you are. What's your next one? Okay. Easy Go. Let's take a look at Easy Go. I don't see that it's a reverse split. I mean, I'm not saying it wasn't at one point, of course. How many shares are in the float? 97 million. I don't see that it's a reverse split anywhere. So where are you finding these though, Jose? You must be you can't be using. I mean, where are you finding these? Because I know you're obviously in trade options, right? I mean, I know we have our option filters, but because that's 2 right now, the SAVA and CRMD that you've been bang on. I've been having a okay, I'm talking to, somebody in her oh, wait a minute, guys, I just have to, don't wanna let this wow, look at GL, guys, now up to $60. 410 News? Well, it might be, I just don't see it here, for Easy Go. I don't see it here, I'm looking at 410 News. I don't see it here in ours anyway. But give me a moment here. So give me a moment here, guys. I've got to load my layout that I'm going to be using once the market opens. Okay, just give me a moment. I'm going to shut this down. Okay, so Kay in our YouTube room, yeah, YouTube room. Problems connecting to interactive brokers. Well, interactive brokers won't help you at all when you're talking about connecting TI to interactive brokers. You're talking about when you click on a symbol, it's not loading into your platform, into the IB platform. Is that what you mean when you're talking about connecting? Well, I don't know how to help you exactly. You've been able to connect before. I mean, it's pretty simple, just the tools, external linking. Were you trying to execute trades in the pre-market though? Talking to, give me a moment. Got some duplicates going here. Just give me one moment as I. Okay, the only thing I can do for you, have you tried before to do this? Because I'll give you this link, and if you can't, Chris will probably be able to help you better than I can. Okay, but this is a link that tells you, the port you're supposed to be on. And if not, go to info at trade-ideas.com and just ask the question. Okay, I know Chris is there. He's definitely more involved with connecting to IB than I am. I mean, I've connect to IB just so I can, when I click on an alert, it shows up in my order entry, but I don't use Brokers Plus to trade. Well, what would be interesting for me, Jose, is if the next one that you see, I want to check our filters, okay, our option filters, just to see if I can figure out what you're seeing using trade ideas, okay, if you don't mind. Okay, thank you, Casa. Interesting. It did not show up, yeah, for the easy go. So they've done a reverse split. Okay. 1 minute. Okay, guys. Well, let's have a let's have a great end to this trading week. I doubt we're going to have as an exciting day as we had yesterday. I think it's almost impossible, but you never know. Again, if you weren't here yesterday, rent on the way up and GL on the way down. But GL definitely having a nice pop here off the absolute low of yesterday. And if you weren't here yesterday, this short seller group called Fuzzy Panda, they absolutely destroyed this stock. Now they've come up with a mild rebuttal, and they say they're going to come up with a more forceful one later on. Yeah, Shady, I'm going to have to take a look at that later, okay? I will look at it though. Because you saw that it was in mine, but I'm not using that filter. Yeah, John, unfortunately, we do not have a data point for pre-market volume. Okay. Been asked many, many times. I really don't know why we can't. We have post-market volume, but we do not have pre-market volume. Okay. Sorry about that. I mean, obviously, if you're here in the, I mean, what you're seeing now, this volume you're seeing now includes the pre-market. Okay. Well, nothing. Well, I mean, nothing from us anyway. I mean, if you were looking at just a few stocks that you wanted to, to see what the pre-market volume is, I suppose I mean, this would be I doubt that's what you want to do, but you could have a top list and then freeze it at 9:30, and then you'd see what the volume is in the pre-market and compare it to the volume once the market opens. But we just do not have a data point for pre-market volume. Yeah, so there's no okay, so we are not you can use the web-based program, of course, okay? You're using the web access, okay, so you know that. So you're using I mean, it's not as robust as what you're seeing here, but there's no other way unless you're willing to use an emulation program like Parallels, John, which a lot of people do, or Amazon Web Services, something like that. Then you can use the application. But otherwise, this is basically a PC based program. We're look at LAC guys, LAC on the move here. We're doing our level best to try to get as much functionality as there is in the application into the web based version. All right, guys. Well, GL. Let's see if it takes out the pre market high. It looks like it was $61. Yeah, $61. So it's close to that pre market high. Just got to be careful though, because I mean, that news is still built into investors' minds. At least it is in mine. News, if you call it news. I mean, the fuzzy panda report of yesterday, but definitely having a recovery here. How much though? And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Whoa, look at rent, guys. Look at rent. RENT. Look at rent from yesterday now. RENT just exploding here. Okay. Second, it was an earnings play yesterday. Of course, it had done a reverse split a while back, but it was an earnings play yesterday. There's the high of yesterday was around 24. Got to stick an alert there just in case it takes it out. Whoa, just took out. Oh no, I'm sorry. I put the price alert in the wrong spot. Or maybe I had another one here. So I had one price alert here, and then I have a price alert at the high of yesterday, and it's halted. And it's halted. So let's see what happens here on this first halt. So what I'm showing you here, this is time and sales from Interactor Brokers, okay? This blue screen you see here, time and sales from Interactor Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. So you can't see the symbol, but it is GL. Okay. I'm sorry, GL. Rent. This is rent, RENT, halted at 22.35. This column here is can give you an indication of where it may open. Now you can see it says 23. It doesn't absolutely have to open up here, of course. Now you see how it just switched to 22.35. Okay. So we'll have to see where it opens. Now, what I sometimes do, if this opens maybe a little bit above the 22.35, excuse me, once it resumes, I think comes down below the 22.35, and then it moves above 22.35 again, I may take the trade. Okay. I'm not telling anybody to do the same thing, but that's what I look at. And I only do that on the first halt. And it's very risky. Okay. Very risky. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. All right, HUBC guys on the move here. HUBC on the move. Pre-market high was 165. This is now, if you look left, the next high, it's got room. 189 got some room to the next high. There's a move for this one, guys. CERS. CERS did not really see this in the pre-market. CERS on the move here. All right, I got to keep an eye on this rent, guys. See where it opens. So if you're unfamiliar with these halts, this is a volatility halt, okay? And it's like a pause, and when a stock moves up too much in a period of time, it gets automatically halted. Usually they are 5-minute halts. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this is going to open at 9:39 plus 47 seconds, okay? If it's a 5-minute halt. I would say that 95% of these volatility halts are 5-minute halts. And if it's not a 5-minute halt, it's usually a multiple of five. So if it's not a 5-minute halt, then it'll be a 10-minute halt. But let's see if it does open in 5 minutes. That'll be in little more than a minute from now if it's a 5-minute halt. While we're waiting, guys, ENTX on the move also. This has had a great run, really. 135 3 weeks ago, well, 4 weeks ago, counting this week now, and basically doubled from there. Okay, guys, I'm just wanting to pay attention. So again, no, 22.45. I mean, that's where in theory it could open 22.35, but I doubt it. I think this is going to be gapping up either a lot more or down more than that, more than a dime from its alt price. But we'll see. What we can do is wait and see. All right, we're getting close. Within 10 seconds, 7 seconds, if it's a 5-minute halt. All right, it's opening. It's open, guys. 22.70. So it's a little bit above the halt price, and it is ripping here. You see, it did not dip down below the halt price, but it's at yesterday's high now. See, it did not dip down below that halt price of 22.35. So, wow, look at it go, guys. Look at it go. All right, let's see if it takes out 24 again. All right. Well, actually, now it's back to the halt, almost to the halt price. Wow, way below it now. Well, let's see. I mean, this has been a wild one already. We're talking about the rent, guys. RENT, of course. We're talking about rent. All right. There is the halt price. I put an alert at the halt price. See if it hops through that. Whippy, whippy, whippy. Wanting to see if it maybe get a bid of around 22.40 or so, 22.50 or so. All right. So much for the PXMD, guys. It is now under a dollar again. All right, guys. Rent. Again, this is not a recommendation, okay? Very, very, very challenging, but trying to see if I can get over 24. Again, there was the halt price at 22.35. I indicated that if I got above it again. Whew, this is very wild still. Okay, I've taken some off, guys. I'm hoping for a 24 break somehow. Okay, I'm out of it completely now. I'm going to wait and see if I can get back up here to this 23.76 mark. Maybe take out 24 in a big way. I don't want to mess around because it can have a big collapse too, of course. So, okay. All right. Meanwhile, the markets, NAS is down, Dow's down, of course, and the SPY is down. SPY's recovered though. Actually, the SPY has recovered somewhat. Nice couple of green candles. All right, guys. Now, taking a look at, remember yesterday we had an IPO yesterday, big one, okay, pretty big one anyway. PACS, and did not take. I had an alert up here, the high of the day yesterday. It's not that far away. I'm still interested in this one as a maybe even a potential swing. Some pretty big names are involved in it. This is not a suggestion to do the same thing, but might want to keep an eye in PACS. Okay, especially if it takes out yesterday's high. All right, this one has been on fire, guys. LYEL. The next high looking left is 326, maybe a little too close, unfortunately. Ooh, I'm watching this rent again. You know what? I've got to check. I got to check to see where the next highs are on the monthly chart. I want to check on the monthly chart where the next highs are. So the next high is 32. Okay, not saying it's getting there, of course, but that is the next high, of course. But you know, 1.5 million in the float approximately. So if you ever took this one, you cannot wander away from your computer. Okay, I have an alert set over 24. Just see if it takes it out later. All right, let me take a look at some of the other ones that are coming in here. I did see this HKD in the pre-market. This is another one of those crazy ones. Yeah, I'm not interested in HKD. What about 28 level for rent? Probably okay, so it's possible, sure. I mean, all I did was look at the monthly chart, okay? So it's possible that, in this month, there might have been a 28 high. I'd have to stretch out the weekly chart and just see what. No, that's the same high as the month and the weekly. Not saying so. So that you must be looking at a daily chart then, right? On for 923, you must be looking at a daily chart. I just don't go back that far on a daily chart. Regardless, if that is 28, I mean we're at 22 right now, so still plenty of room to run if it wants to. But it's got to take out yesterday's high in a bigger way, 24. And it may not do it. That might be it. That might be it for rent, and that's it. Ooh. All right, guys. Now I'm looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything kind of interesting happening. So let's take a look at the NXPL. Okay, it is pulled back, and let's see if it's pulled back. There's the easy go. Okay, you guys are talking about easy go. So okay, so this was a reverse split today. Okay, Interesting that it did not show up here. So they actually, they're doing the right thing. Put out any sort of a news release, okay? Any sort of a news release after the reverse split. So here's your news release, big $1.84 million order, okay? China-based company. Try to drum up the support a little bit. So the next high on the daily chart is 305. So that might be it for it. And it's halted. Sorry, I didn't realize it was halted. So this is the first halt. So let's see where it could open. So 287. So there's no big clue. Okay. There's no big clue about where it's going to open. And yes, you can see it's a reverse split today because it's saying no data beyond this. So if it is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 9:55 plus 17 seconds. I see PXMD guys is back over a dollar. Highs were about a dollar 22, a dollar 20. Okay, today. And again, they did have some news. Looking at some of the AI alerts. All right, guys, let's see this easy go, 9:55 plus 17 seconds. So another 2 minutes or so, if it's a 5-minute halt, that it will open. All right, guys, rent is coming back. Rent is coming back. I thought maybe that would have been it, but maybe not. Rent is starting to come back. Big bottoming tail. Sellers tried to knock it down and they were successful for a while, but the buyers are stepping in again on the rent, RENT, of course. Waiting on see if I can get a 24 break though. And that was coffee, guys. That was coffee. So there was that first halt. Okay. So now it is still above that first halt price, 22.35. Volume is still pretty strong. Look at that. So there's the opening 15-minute candle. Volume is still pretty strong for rent, RENT. And of course, it's all about the fact that it's such a low float, 1.5 million in the float. Okay, guys, still very volatile, guys. Very volatile. Didn't even have a chance to get it as it popped over 24 and came right back down. I was all set to take it, put another alert in. Very volatile. First 15 minutes. Oh, it's actually, what am I talking about? It's 9:56 already. It's been a fast morning already. I thought we were still in the first 15 minutes. All right, guys. Well, as I keep waiting to see if it takes out 24 again, and abide my time on that one. Well, I did see that as an ETF this morning. Yeah, gold moving. Gold and silver, SLV, and also, oh man, is it so whippy? Wow. Just give me a moment, okay, Tracy? I'll just give me a moment. I'm trying to figure out what to do with rent. Okay, not my rent, but the stock. So very quickly, you're talking about this. You're talking about this at the top of the chart here, Tracy. You're talking about this information that you see at the top of this particular chart, as opposed to over here. Is that what you're talking about? Okay. So if you right click on a chart, and just click on Use Browser Interface. Okay, and that'll get you that information up here. Okay. So right click on the chart, and then just choose Use Browser Interface. Okay. Now you can get. Now I see. I can't see. I'm on a development version. I'm on a development version, so I cannot use the picture in picture. You can, if you want. All right. This is okay. CPNG just showed up in the. Sorry, guys. I just This rent is driving me crazy here. CPNG just showed up in the combo scan. Okay, now there's a high right there, 2130. That is a daily high. You can't see it on the daily chart, but that red bar, that red line, represents a daily high. Okay, you might have to be on the latest beta then, Tracy. I'm not sure. I cannot remember. You might have to be on the latest beta in order. If you don't have that option when you right click on a chart, you might have to be on the latest beta. Okay. Come on. Okay, finally. Okay, guys. I think we're clear at 24 for a bit anyway. Yes. Okay, I've taken some off. I have no idea where this is going. Except I think it's gonna get halted. Maybe not. Wow, I mean, I got up to 26. I think well, I keep looking to see if it's gonna get halted. You know, every time I see it pause. Whew. Well, I'm glad I waited, guys. I mean, you heard me talk about I wanted to see how well it would clear that 24. It cleared it a couple of times, but oops, wrong symbol, of course. Now it's halted. Now it's halted. So yeah, I mean, it had a couple of shots at that 24, up to 24.70, and then this last 15-minute candle got above 24 again. For me, it looked like it was finally clear around that 25, 24.50 mark. Very, very, very risky, but you know, I waited and waited and waited, and I got the reward. I've traded some out though, but now let's see what happens when it opens. 26.69. That's the halt. So, Tracy, you may have to be on the latest beta. So are you saying when you right click on a chart, you do not have the option use browser interface? Is that what you're saying? So I can understand. Is that what you mean? You do not have that option? And yet you say you had it before you reinstalled? Yeah, I see the easy go. I could not okay, you know what, Tracy? I've asked 2 questions at the same time. So I'll ask the question first. Oh, 50. It was there. Okay, try the beta then, Tracy. Okay, it may only be available in the beta. I'm always on a development version. You know, if I click on help and about, I'm on some development version 5.6.85. Okay, so you might have to download the latest beta, and I can show you where you can do it pretty simply. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link. Right at the top there, you see download and download the beta. Okay, I thought it was in the production version in this version, but maybe it isn't. Okay, guys, let me take a look at this Coupang here. 2120 was the alert, so it's below it. But why did I not take it? Well, I'm talking about this combo scan right there, okay, which I love, but you know what? There's the high right there, and I would not take it unless it took out that high, the high in the daily chart. Okay, you can see what it did. Now, just waiting, of course, to see where rent is going to open. Could open at around 27. Well, it depends what you want, Whitey. You can I mean, the production ver it depends first of all, what time is it now? 10:05. So, for instance, if you wanted your top list windows to have a display like this, where you see the stocks front and center, as opposed to a display like this, okay, this is a top list window. This is the grid display, but we have introduced something called tree maps. So, if you right click on a top list window, and if you do not have that option that says show tree map, so now it looks like this, then you have to download the latest beta. If you don't care, then you know the production version is fine. Okay. So It's hard for me to answer. If you want your topless window to have a display like this, then you have to be on the latest beta. So again, if you click on my homepage link and go to the top where it says download, whoa, there's the MNDR guys, a new high. This is an IPO from a couple of days ago, Singapore IPO. Not very many shares. Look at look at the volume though, 3.2 million. That's a lot of volume. And I do see that EasyGo was an AI alert, guys. Yeah, wonderful. But I was so wrapped up in the rent, had to be. Well, it didn't have to be, but I wanted to be. And now we're open. Rent is open. Oh man. Okay, guys, I'm out of most of it now. I'm out of most of it now. I have no idea where it's going. Right around the 27 level. I'm out of most of it now. I might regret it, but and I'm regretting it already. But thank you, Pepe. Okay, so I did not realize that. I thought for some reason I thought that was in the production version. If you want the browser version of the charts, then you have to be on our latest beta. If you don't care, then you don't have to be. And you can get that picture in picture, okay? A little icon in the top right-hand corner, the little chart with a little picture in picture. I can't do it because this development version that I'm on is not working correctly. I can get a 15-minute, but I've got 15 here. If I try to change the time frame to say 10 a day, it won't work. So, but for you, it will work. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. So this information, I got it. Thank you, Pepe. I thought so. I thought the browser version has been around for a while. But if you want all that information at the top, I like it. I do like that information at the top. Just front and center telling me the relative volume. I don't care about all this. I don't care like because these filters I don't care about, but and they're not customizable. Maybe at some point in time they will be. Then I could almost get rid of my single stock window. What a morning already. And here I thought it was going to be a very lackadaisical morning. Okay, guys, if anything new has popped in here that I didn't see in the pre-market, rent. Again, I'll probably regret this, when it hits 100. Kidding, but So here's the MNDR, guys. There's the halt. You can't see the symbol, but it is MNDR. Halted at 1228. Potential open around 1250. Okay. And this is an IPO from a couple of days ago. Real cheap one out of Singapore. The IPO was priced at $4. Obviously, doing extremely well. and only a few shares issued. I think maybe a couple of million. That's it. So I'm sure there's other stuff happening. I'm just not. I okay. I see the GL is continuing down. I think Shady is. Was wondering what was happening here. Got back up to 60, I think, but this is now. There's a 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. I don't know if that'll hold it as a support level, but maybe not. All right, guys. So MNDR opened. Now, it did not get down below 2730. Look at this move here. Wow. Well, you know what? This augurs well, maybe for the next really low price IPO. We haven't seen one like this for a while, guys. Okay. We used to see them quite a bit. The ones, say, out of Singapore or China, low priced, they just kind of fizzled out even on the first day. This is a great third day continuation. Tremendous third day continuation. So Casa, when's the next one? I know I could look at my IPO calendar, but when's the next, especially out of China or Singapore? I actually find that the Singapore ones seem to be better than the China ones now. So what I'm talking about is an IPO that's coming out, maybe priced between $4 and $5, maybe a couple of million shares out of Singapore, maybe China. There are probably some next week. I could not get it. I was trying to get this at a lower price. Obviously, I could not get it. MNDR. Let's see if there are any pullbacks. Yeah, I see that one, but I'm looking for this Singapore or China one for next week. Now, what does ULS do? I mean, if it's a semi, I mean, I know I could look all this up. I just don't have the time right now. But I mean, if it's a semi, then that could also be really good, even if it's higher priced in terms of an IPO. Yeah, I'm too busy myself right now, so I don't. Yeah, I don't expect instant answers. Believe me. All right, where could it pull back to? Well, see the VWAP for this one for MNDR is way down here, 1172. I just don't see a good pullback level for it. Whoa! Now this one showed up in the combo scan yesterday. Didn't really do too much. This is Infa. Didn't really do too much, but this is now moving. Post-market high got up to almost 40, well, 39 and a half. So it's almost there. INFA. Okay, I clicked on this one, PMVP. Problem is, looking left on the daily chart, I see too much resistance, potential resistance. All right, guys. Azul. This is a Brazilian airliner. Okay, Azul, AZUL. This is not a lifetime low, but it's close. So it is tanking right now a bit. Yeah, down 7%. Underneath that whole number of seven could get interesting. Whoops. And of course, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. It's too new after the reverse split. EZ Go, GO, Easy Go. So this float is obviously not correct anymore. I keep looking to see, okay, what was the ratio, guys? Anybody know what the ratio was on this reverse split? I know I could look it up, but somebody has it off the top of their head what the ratio of the reverse split was, because then we divide that ratio into 97. One for wow, one for 40. So there's little more than 2 million shares. About 2.5 million shares in the float. Okay. Actually, let me, Chris, I don't, you're probably not listening, but Jamie, are you listening? Jamie listens from time to time. Yeah. Just a minute, guys. Okay, guys, 10:20. Typically, this is when I go over a few things. So, okay, well, I mean, keep an eye, I guess, on the PXMD. It's trying to hold a dollar. First thing I want to go over though is well, we're fast approaching. I guess next Friday. Yeah, next Friday. And what am I talking about? Well, I'll put the link in and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Okay, I just put a link called the April 2024 Test Drive Plus Contest link. Okay, so next Friday, I'm going to scroll down a little bit. I wish I hadn't buried it down here, but anyway, next Friday, which is the 19th, we are having another test drive. Okay, and it'll be 7 trading days plus and also though the weekend in between the 19th and the 29th. It'll run inclusive the 19th, which is a Friday, to the end of Monday, the 29th. Okay, it'll cost you $7.77. This will get you our full premium service. Okay, and so it's a great way to try us out. People who are looking at us wondering, well, we don't have free trials. I mean, the bottom line is we don't have free trials. So this is pretty darn close, though. $7.77. That's what it'll cost. And you'll have again the program from April 19th to April 29th, inclusive. Okay, full days in both of them. Number one. If you're a standard subscriber and you want to have access to our premium service, you can also do it. It'll cost us 777. We'll upgrade you to our premium service. Okay. The premium service looks well. This is the normal reason people want to see what our AI is all about. Okay. So when they gave you Easy Go today, Rent yesterday. So once the test drive is over, it's over. And what I mean by that is we do not automatically put you into a subscription. Okay. You don't have to worry about that. We are not that type of a company. Okay. So when it's over, it's over. Now, bonus during the test drive, you can also sign up for the contest. Okay. And it's a trading contest. Whoever wins $2,400 Amazon gift card. It'll run from Tuesday the 23rd to Thursday the 25th, and basically it's a stock picking contest. Whoever makes the most money at the end of those 3 days is the winner. And again, the winner takes home a $2,400 Amazon gift card. Okay, so that's included in the 777. Okay, so it's a great opportunity. So we haven't done this before. Normally we have we only have I think we only going to have about 3 test drives a year now. So, but we've combined the test drive in with the contest. We've run the contest. I think this will be the 5th one, and it's a lot of fun actually, because what happens is when the contest starts, there's a leaderboard that I display most of the day with the top 10, and it just changes rapidly. Okay, so you can sign up for that. And any questions, you can ask me, of course. So, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen and live on the mic. Now, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions, obviously, if I'm really busy, like I was in the rent trade, had to really pay attention to it. I won't be able to answer questions, but typically that's not the case. So if you have questions about trade ideas or maybe something about the market, I'll about trade ideas I can usually answer. If it's a market general question, I may not because if you're going to ask me where do I think the price of oil is going, or what about gold and all that, I don't get too involved in that. But certainly you can ask the question because there are other people in the room that might be able will have an opinion. Okay, so don't be shy. Ask questions. Now I am putting in my homepage link. What was the trade? Was it Spotify? I can't remember. Was it Spot this week? I can't remember. Somebody will know. I think it triggered briefly on Monday. Very, very, very briefly on Monday. SLB. Oh, there you go. So it wasn't Spot. I guess Spotify maybe was last week. SLB. Yeah. So I think it triggered very, very briefly on Monday. It hit it. Yeah, right there. But since then, and I know it was like probably for half a second, it hit the trigger. Obviously, did not work after that. Market, of course, has been in a well, it's been in like this. So, all right, on my homepage, and this is what you're going to find. So, before I get into things like the scans that I'm sharing and how you can take out a subscription right now, etc., I always have to point this out. Okay, this is a top list window. This window that you see here in the bottom left, all green with all these symbols, this is a top list window. I'm going to right click on it. And notice I have an option that says show tree map and it's checked. If I uncheck it, this is the typical way in which a top list window was presented before we had this tree map option. Now, if you like it like this still, fine. I love it with this display, okay? Now, in order to have that option of show tree map, you must be on the latest beta. Okay, so if you go to my homepage and you scroll up to the top, you'll see there's a download link, and then here is, excuse me, the download for the beta. You must have the latest beta in order to have that tree map option. If you don't care, then it's fine. If you want to see it presented like this, but you have an option to do it either way. Okay. Okay. So that's the download. Now, information you'll find on my homepage. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos starting off with a download and install, first startup and login, scrolling down here, important introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows. Okay. If you looked at every one of these, it'll take you about 30 minutes for the 10 short videos. Yes, don't have to worry. I've been downloading versions of Trade Ideas since 2010. I've never lost my layout, but it's always a good point or a good you know good idea to always, of course, save your layout to the cloud. But yes, your layout will be retained. Okay, there's the getting started. Now, if you're new to trading, Trading 101 series of videos for you, about 38 videos. It's all free if you're new to trading. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here, free, of course. Somebody asked about the trade of the week. You'll get it free if you sign up for it right here. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. Okay. If you do sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Now, before I go on the education section, all I ask is this. If you, at some point in time, are going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This is a free room. All right. And the way we keep it free is every time people take out a subscription using my promo, the room gets credit. So the company says, okay, we'll keep it free as long as we see people are using the room, etc. Okay. So it's that simple. And I don't care when you take out a subscription, later on today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. Just use my promo code, okay? And that'll really help to keep the room free. Here is the education section is here. I click on that, and here is our user guide. A lot of times people have questions. They can be answered in the user guide, okay? Most of the major topics are sectioned. So here's the getting started again. You want more information about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, interested in stock racing, price alerts. I use price alerts all the time. But this is, our program is like any other software program. There's a lot in it. Okay. In the user guide, you do not have to learn everything. Okay. So don't get hung up on, don't think, man, how am I going to learn all this? You don't have to. Getting started series again, when hammering the point home, you must do it. Okay. Again, it's a software program. There is a learning curve, but in this getting started series, we've tried to, keep it very brief, the videos, and just covering all the main topics. Daily support. So today I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, and one of the other traders takes over for me. Usually it's Andy on Fridays, but he switched with Steve. So Steve will be in our YouTube room today between 12 and 1. As I take my break. Okay. All right. Now, let's see what's happening here. So this HUSA, HUSA, this showed up. A little bit of room, not much though. Okay, so when I say this showed up. Oh, forgot maybe the most important part for a lot of people. Just give me a moment. And if you're new, okay, if you're new or you don't have the a subscription yet, I am sharing a lot of scans. So again, if you click on my homepage link and now the center section right here, these are the scans that I am currently sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. So, I'm on the mic at around 9 o'clock Eastern time, and that's when we go over a lot of the pre-market information, the ones that are up and ones that are down. You'll see that displayed. Okay. And I've been using a variation of that, a very, hardly varied, to be honest, over the last 14 years. Okay. This is the halts resumes right over here. I do not. If you want this, I can give it to you. You will not the relative strength leaders from the close. If you want it, I can give it to you. It's not on my homepage yet. The reason it's not is because, as I've explained, you need to have the latest beta to see it in this format. But if you want it, I can give it to you. I can give you the link. As long as you have the latest beta, you'll see it you'll see it presented like this with the symbols front and center. But of course, I am sharing other scans. You'll hear me talk about the combo scan a lot. This combo scan does not give too many alerts. These are the two so far today. I explained why I didn't like the CPNG. There was a high very close to that, and also with the HUSA, that's sort of the same thing. But once we get into earnings season, we will have a lot more. Okay, we'll have a lot more in here. Lo- Lot more is not great though. I mean, I remember there were a couple of days where I think I had about 20. I love to see it less than 10. It gives you just a few stocks to concentrate on over the course of the day. But this is the combo scan, okay? I also have the abnormal option activity on another monitor, and I do have the breakouts and the breakdowns on another monitor. You The rest of them, I do not have up and running, but doesn't mean but you might want to take a look at some of them, the bouncers and toppers. If you're into trying to find stocks that maybe have topped out and you want to short them, or they've been maybe oversold in your opinion, and they're due for a bounce, this is what this can help you find: the bouncers and the toppers. Okay, so I'm sharing all these scans. Now, the one I want to go over is a momentum scan. It's on my homepage also. I like to demonstrate this because, there are a lot of people don't quite understand what Trade Ideas is all about. So we are a scanner. We are a real-time alert scanning machine. Okay. There are a lot of screening programs out there, and they're fine. I mean, nothing wrong with screening programs. But if you're looking for a real-time alert program, then this is it. So let me explain what I mean by all that. This is an alert window. That's why it has an A in the upper left-hand corner. If I right click on it and click on configure and then click on summary. So this is the filtering, the screening aspect of it. So if a stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, this is a very powerful filter that we've got. What that means is it has to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It's a time of day sensitive filter. The volume, this is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real time alert. Okay. So the last one was GBR at 1035 plus 50, almost 1036. And the price was at 149. This was a real time alert. Okay. And we just see it again. Okay. Every time GBR, as long as it meets all these filter requirements and makes a new high for the day, we will see it over and over. So these are all real time alerts. So if you like it the way it is, of course, you can have it. There's another one for USEG, a real time alert, 145. And here's the time. So if you like the scan the way it is, great, you can have it, but you might want to change something. Maybe you don't like that price range. Maybe there's something else about it you don't like. You can always make a change, of course. This is what I like to see, but doesn't have to be what you like to see. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. This time I'm going to click on search. And right at the very top, these are all the real-time alerts that we have. At the very top, the two absolutely most popular ones, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, these are the filters that we have. Now, if you're looking at this for the first time, do not get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn all these, okay? The only reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create enough different real-time alerts and filters to satisfy the majority of our customers with all the different trading styles. They're all out there. Okay. So don't get hung up on how many we've got. For instance, I only use the new high and the new low. Doesn't mean all these are not worth it. It just means that for my style of trading, all I care about is the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But we have, for instance, we do have the new 5 minute high and new 5 minute low, 10 minute high, 10 minute low. So I mean, if you don't have to just follow what I do, but this is what I like to see. Okay. So again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. You do not have to learn them all. So I am an intraday trader. Okay. I like to see stocks that are moving that have some abnormal activity all day long. So, how do I do that? Well, and first of all, if you are an intraday trader, and even if you're a swing trader, okay, let me explain that later. But if you're an intraday trader, your number one goal should be to find stocks that are trading abnormally. So, I mean, look at Husa right now, 34 times normal in terms of its volume up to this time of day. Obviously, that's very abnormal. It's also, it does trade options, 1,700 contracts so far, a little bit above. Okay. Now you might look at that, go, well, I don't know, is that normal or abnormal? Well, yes, it is. It's 17 times normal. So not only is the volume abnormal, the volume, but also its option volume is abnormal. So this is something that, we should be watching. So that's the whole goal every day for me is to find those stocks that are trading abnormally and then follow them. Now, just because a stock I see is on here doesn't mean I just take the trade immediately. Okay. I click on the alert, I see what's happening on the charts. And if I like what I see, then I'll take the trade. Remember, this program is called Trade Ideas. Okay. It generates ideas for you. It's not meant to just, you get an alert and you just take the trade immediately. You have to have some chart reading experience. And that's why on my homepage, you saw one of the sections was called Trading 101. If you're new to trading, there are no shortcuts. Okay. You have to have an idea about what the chart is trying to tell you. Oh, thank you, Pepe, for answering. Yeah, I didn't have a chance to load Shady's top list, wondering why NXPL was not showing up. Obviously, I don't have. Well, I was not using the position. I never used that position in. Oops, I don't use the position in previous day's range in my top list. Not a bad idea, but I just don't do it most of the time. If I see a stock that is gapped up, a big percentage, most of the time it's got to be above yesterday's high. Not 100%, but okay. So that again, that's the number one goal for me is to find those stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay. Now, as a swing trader, if you are a swing trader, it's probably still not a bad idea to see the stocks that are trading abnormally today because they could turn out to be swing trades for you down the road. Okay. Maybe if a stock, for instance, if something is traded really well today, maybe it's just getting going. And if it trades for me, if a stock closed near the high of the day, and if I were then looking left on a daily chart or a weekly chart, and I saw a lot of room for the stock to keep on running, then if I were more of a swing trader, then that could be a definite candidate for me if I were a swing trader to maybe hold it. Now, understand that a lot of the stocks that are really active, some most of them probably are pretty low floats. Some of them could be bios. So you have to take that into account also, okay? If it's a biotech, anything can happen. They can come out the next day with a financing or maybe some disastrous news on one of their studies. So you have to take that into account also. Now we do have a swing trading, call it a swing trading channel. I click on new and then dock channel bar, and then some should be swing ideas. Okay, I guess you have to click on the show more. Where are those swing ideas? Or did I miss it? I thought they were at the top. Swing, okay, swing picks. I guess it's down lower here. So there are some swing picks that you can take a look at. And by the way, these are all theme-based channels. Okay, these are all theme-based channels. They all have different scans in them. So if you're brand new to the program, and you don't really know how to create a scan or you don't want to really even learn, you can always take my scans. You can always take a look at the scans that are in the channel bars, and that'll get you going. Okay, I mean you should. I mean, when I say you don't want to learn, I mean most of you should have some kind of a price range you want to trade, but maybe not. Maybe you don't care. Maybe you don't care if it's from 0 to 10,000 or 2,000. Maybe you just don't care. I was not watching any stock for a swing, Lenny. I was just explaining that if a stock, one of the abnormal stocks that I would be following, if it closed near the high of the day, and then you look left, and you still got room for it to run on, say, a daily or a weekly chart, that could become a swing candidate. So it was not a specific stock. Okay, I was just talking in general. Oh, you're talking about a few days ago. Yeah, was it P? I know it started with a P. You're right about that. Was it PSMA or something like that? I'm just guessing here. No, it wasn't that. I know. I was talking about that one earlier because I had a lot of room. Oh, not this morning then. I did not mention it this morning. Not this one anyway. This is one, well, not this one. Obviously, this is not the right symbol. I can't remember what it was. Somebody will know. It started with a P and I think it had an S in it, maybe a, but this morning, I don't recall talking about anything for a swing trade. Okay, so a question in our YouTube room by Kay. No, let me get rid of that. Well, Husa and Indo are kind of the same. I know HUSA and Indo, a couple of really cheap energy stocks. Yeah, I mean I know I was seeing it triggering, well, triggering, alerting to me earlier, but I mean it's so extended now. So that's why it's probably a good idea to keep an eye on Husa because I know back in the day, a few months ago, well, a few years ago, Indo was a crazy one. Let me just show you on a monthly chart. Obviously, yeah, look at this. It spiked up to for no real reason. Okay, 87. And if I put in Husa here, you'll see that I think Husa had a very similar. Okay, not quite as dramatic, but you see that big topping tail. So I do remember that Husa and Indo kind of traded the same. So if we look at Husa, HUSA, wow, now it's going. Ah, too late. All right, so okay, so the question in our YouTube room is there any way you can set up a filter that allows you to weed out, say, pharma stocks out of your scans, industry selection? So, not exactly, but if you, first of all, have to make sure you're listening to me and you're going to see what I'm going to do, okay? Before and others who might be interested. And this will not be an exact list, but it might get you going, okay? So, first, okay, you're listening? Okay, so wow, look at Husa now. So give me a pharma, okay? Give me any pharma that you're interested in, not wanting to see. Just give me a symbol, okay? Any symbol of a pharma. Not you, Tora. Toro. Okay. ENTX. Okay. I'm kidding. I'm talking to Kay in our YouTube room. Okay. So ENTX. Let's see. Okay. Pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing. Okay. So watch what I'm going to do here. Okay. Now you see my single stock window. Doesn't have to look exactly like, but you will have a tab that should say competitors, and if you type in this symbol, it'll say ENTX competitors. I'm going to click on it now. It's going to take. Okay, well, it fired up right away. These are in theory a bunch of ENTX competitors. Okay, so if you didn't want to see these stocks, what you can do right now is if I right click on it, because this is just a top list right now. Okay, if I right click on it and I pop it out. I pop it out. I'm going to take it out of the single stock window. And now here it is. Okay. And you can see a whole bunch of stocks like that. Okay. Now it's a top list window. And now, you can kind of configure it the way you want. If you can go into configure. And if you wanted to put maybe a minimum price or a price you didn't want to see or a volume that you didn't want to see, this is also good for those of you who want to follow these sort of stocks. Okay. But here's how you can, you can basically customize the top list window to a price range you want, maybe a minimum volume that you want, etc. Okay. But the question was, well, how do I not see these stocks in a scan? Well, then all you have to do, just give me a moment. Give me one moment, okay? Okay, well, I guess a way I was trying to think of another way, but I guess a way now you can do it, you can highlight all these, okay? Just by right clicking on it and then highlighting, just dragging down like you would in an Excel spreadsheet, just to highlight all the symbols, okay? And then copy them. I've control C and I've copied them. Now you can create a symbol list with these symbols in it. And you can go to new, sorry, tools, symbol list. And now you can create a symbol list, create a new list. Oh, it's a little complicated, but do it a couple of times. You can call it pharma if you want, whatever you want to call it. Pharma, I'll call it pharma. Say okay, and then it will be empty. There it is. See, it says empty. Now I can edit the list. Now I can paste all those symbols in. Okay, now all these symbols are in here. So I've created a symbol list from these. Well, it's on my other monitor. You can't see them now. Okay, now it's a symbol list. And now that it's a symbol list, it's a little complicated, okay? But you can do this with any sector. Once you do it a couple of times, now you have now you can create your top list window or your alert window, or you already have an alert window more than likely, or a top list window, and you don't want to see these. You don't want to see them. So what I can do, let me just so I let's say I didn't want to see any of those pharma, any one of those in here. Okay. So now right click, configure, symbol list, and then I have to add that list. I click on it. Now, if you've not created very many symbol lists, you'll see it, you'll see it, and you just click, left click or click on it, left click on it, and it'll move over to this column. Okay. Once it's there, you just find it. I didn't do it. I don't want it over here, okay? But once you do, you just let's pretend this was the pharma. This says retail trade. You check, and then you say exclude the following lists. I know it's a lot of oops. I know it's a lot of steps, but then exclude the following lists. Now that that symbol list is attached to your alert window or your top list window, however you're monitoring it, and you will not see those symbols. I know there are a lot of steps there, but that is a way in which I mean, we do have a symbol list that has pharmas in it, but it may not be completely up to date. And this, I think, drills down a little bit better, in my opinion. Now, you can do that where, different sectors that you don't want to see the symbols. Now, is it that important that you don't see them, though? Seriously? I don't. I mean, I don't usually. I don't because I just want to see the stocks as an intraday trader. I just want to see the stocks that are, active. So I don't really do that. But you know, if you don't want to see a certain sector for some reason, sure, you can do it. So, does Indo still have room to run? Well, let's see if it's a pullback at all. So there's a Huso. Man, oh man, that was a nice, I didn't take it, but there it is on the 208, 208 in the well, but it's not. I mean, if you're looking at things like this, I mean, these are all volatile. Okay, so it's not just these are not just pharmas, of course. Pharmas can be pretty volatile, but I mean, most of these are not pharmas, and they're very volatile. So you'd have to eliminate all of them if you do not want to trade stocks that are volatile. But if you're an intraday trader, you should be. You can't get away from, if you're looking for stocks that are trading abnormally, they're going to be volatile. You can't get away from that. So does Indo still have room to run? I don't know. Let's take a look at it. No, well, I don't agree. I mean, for me, I would never do that. Okay. I would never do that. I would not want to get rid of a sector. Okay. That's, for me, I just would not want to get rid of a sector. I don't care. I don't care what sector it's in. If it's volatile, if it's trading abnormally today, I want to know about it. I don't care what sector it's in. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, Kay, in our YouTube room. Okay. But that's totally up to you. So does it still have room to run? Well, I mean, it's pulled back from five. Where's the VWAP? 435. Okay, at least the VWAP is a little bit close. And look what it did on the 15 anyway. It looks like the VWAP is trying to hold it. Wow. Well, I thought this was going to be a very quiet morning and anything but. It's 11 o'clock already. Okay, guys. Now I'll explain this too. I mean, ENTX is an AI play. It has not done anything yet, but I use the AI like a watch list. Okay, so I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe later on in the day it explodes. So I would put an alert up and around that 319 level and see if later on in the day it takes it out. Yes, Shady, I've got a price alert right at that level actually. No, he's short for sure. I've got that price alert just underneath 56 in case it does take that out. All right, guys. How's that MNDR doing? I'm going to stick an alert just over 13 for MNDR. See if it takes it out later on. That could get it rolling again. I missed it. I missed my entry, unfortunately, right on this candle here. So all I've done today, guys, is the rent. I've worked out very well, but it wasn't easy at the beginning. But that's all I've done today. Now this Coupang, CPNG, I got to check left. This could get rolling. Ooh, this has got some room on the monthly chart. Anyway, it's got some room on the monthly chart. You can see it's right at these highs here, which is 2131. 2131 break, 2138 over here. If it breaks, if it can, and it did briefly, I think this morning. 20, it got, look what it got to, guys. I mean, amazing, isn't it? 2138 is the high today. Look at the high back here. 21, I thought it was right on. Yeah, 2138. The high of that month. That's quite a while ago, actually. That is August of 2022. It takes that out, though. Look left on the monthly chart. I'm not saying it's going to get to 26, believe me, but that I think would be a very, very key level to take out. And the reason I'm looking at it at all is because it is in the combo scan 2120. Okay, but it hasn't really moved from there. I use these like watch lists also. Again, when you get something, I mean, you might get a trigger, even if it's your scans that you have constructed, and maybe it doesn't, go the way you thought it would. You haven't taken the trade yet, but don't like keep following it. Maybe put a price alert at a certain level that you think, okay, if it gets to this level, I want to know about it. And you don't have to, stare at the chart all day long. You just put a price alert right on the chart. So, for instance, this is what I'll do. I'll put a price alert right there at 2130. So all I do in order to put a price alert, very simple. Here's my pointer, and there's a dotted line that's following it up. I right click, create the price alert. It says 2131. If I'm happy with that price, fine. Otherwise, I can just type in, of course, the price. I typically do not put any notes in on when I'm looking at intraday stuff. No, I just save it. You can't see it because it's, there would be a blue line. If that red line weren't there, you would see a blue line. And if I wanted it lower, right click, create a price alert, 2087, you'll see the blue line. Okay, there's the blue line. So if Coupang goes down to this price, the price alert will trigger, that blue line will turn green. And this is in my price alerts right now, right at the very bottom. You can see both of them. Okay. And if they triggered, either one of those two triggered, you would see it right at the very top because I sort on the trigger time column. And so I will see the last one that triggered right at the very top. So you see how easy it is to put price alerts. William, well, we'll miss you for the balance of the day. Yeah, have a great weekend. We'll see you on Monday. So William will not be, well, he's taking off right now, and he will not keep the room open after 3 o'clock. So when I'm out at around three, that's it for the day or for the week. Okay. No extended hour. Well, yeah, I mean, I take off at three, and William has been very graciously keeping the room open till about four every day, but you cannot do it today. So what do these guys do? They Coupang, e-commerce platform. Okay. See, this is the problem that we run into sometimes when we look at this competitor. So for whatever reason, Coupang is lumped into motorcycle, boat, and other motor vehicle dealers. Now, maybe they do. I don't know. Maybe they specialize in that segment in that area, but I can't see it here when I look at the profile. Yeah, it's also a big float. You're right. It's a big float. ENTX. Sorry. 1.26 billion. So it's going to take a bunch to move it. All right, guys. Now the ENTX just because I had a price alert, it doesn't mean I take the trade right away. My price alert just tells me, okay, you put a price alert at a certain level. It's there now. What do you want to do? Is it still look interesting? Okay. So it doesn't mean I take the trade right away. Ryder, yo back. Somebody in our YouTube room yoing at me. So Indo obviously had some more room, guys. So you know what? I mean, that was a nice VWAP play. Okay. We were just talking about it. It held the VWAP held. It's increased now. I think it was a little lower, 447. Okay. You can see right there. I think it was around 432 the VWAP was. Of course, the VWAP will change as the volume comes in at higher prices. So yeah. Now keep an eye on Husa. Maybe Husa might continue now, guys. Husa tends to trade a little bit like the Indo. Indo is way more dramatic, but it can trade a little bit like the Indo. Don't know. There is one from trading here, but I don't know. Post reverse split. So I guess I don't know when they had a reverse split, but I can't see when they had I mean, that headline right there says April 4th, post reverse split for Husa. So I don't know if that, well, you know what? Why guess? Why not just take a look at that site I go to check the float and see what they've got? Yeah, so that's the correct float. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I can't answer that, Grumpy. My IB headline goes back several years too, but I have no idea why. So what's Indo doing right now? Now I want to find out why Indo. It's right here. I didn't have to. Okay, so it doesn't trade options. Number one. Okay, so that's why it's not showing up in the combo scan and in the abnormal option activity. Okay, but it's certainly front and center right here. Okay, and this is one that didn't see in the pre-market, really, guys. I mean, I could have seen it. Yeah, yeah. Wait a minute. No, didn't see it in the pre-market. It didn't really do much in the pre-market. That candle, that green candle there, that's the 9:30 candle. So it did nothing really in the pre-market. Now remember, energy was the best sector when you looked at the pre-market. And it's a little energy play. Okay, guys, HUSA might be going now. HUSA might be trying to catch up a little bit to the Indo. Not in terms of share price, okay? I got yeah, well, this one right here, this relative strength from the leaders, okay? Yeah, I keep saying I got to rename this, but it's this scan right there, okay? A question in our YouTube room, is this my go-to? This one and the combo scan, which combines breakouts and breakdowns with abnormal option activity. This is what I really pay attention to, and I'm sharing them. Well, okay, when you say which sector is good, okay, so if I load from the cloud, I'm just going to show this is the doc sector status. This is just a so if you were here in the pre-market, I thought you might have been here in the pre-market. Okay, my computer's going to go a little crazy right now. Look at energy. Okay, energy. Even though most of the main sectors were all down, but energy. I mean, it's 78% of the stocks that make up the energy sector. Well, the stocks that make up XLE, the main ETF for energy, 78% of them are up from yesterday's close. Check out all the other. I mean, look, 96% of the tech stocks are down, 100% communication stocks. Utilities, sort of 50-50, but we saw this in the pre-market that all the other sectors were down, energy was up. So that is one way, okay? Now, if you don't have this is just something I created, but you can also get the same thing. It's just a tree map version of it. You can if you click on new and then dock channel bar. This is how I used to present it, but again, I'm more into the tree maps. Click on the show more and then click on the sector status, and you'll see the same type of thing, just not in tree map format. So look at energy, okay? Just not in the tree map format, okay? If I right click, it'll look like this. So this is, but it's the same principle. It's the same principle, okay? So energy today is still strong. So that probably, is why, even though, I mean, Indo, come on, Indo is a nothing little company. But I think it's just, the fact that energy is strong today, I guess it's a bit of an outlier. And HUSA to some extent, HUSA to some. Now, the other one that used to be, I think it was MEXC, I believe, MEXC, Mexican, no, not this. What is it, guys? Is it MECX? MXC. Hit the post. Thanks, Ori. MXC. Okay, MXC is the other one that kind of. Again, if I go back all those months, again, this month is the month that Indo spiked up to 80. This one spiked up to 43 for no reason. Okay, it's not like they discovered, a massive oil or gas discovery. Okay, it's not like that. It was just a trading vehicle that day, low float, and the HUSA looked exactly the same this month. This was probably only a couple of days, really. So those were the three: Indo, MXC, and HUSA. When was that? Yeah, so that was, back in March of 2022, so 2 years ago. Wow, 11:16 already. It's called if you go to my homepage now okay. I've got this in a doc, okay, but on my homepage, these are separate. You can load them separately, okay? Let me just show you what I mean. So again, clicking on my homepage link, okay, scroll down until you see the scan section, click here. So this is the combo, okay, right here. This one, the bottom one. This is the combo. Doesn't give very many alerts. Yeah, you have them open, just not docked. I know. Probably should undock it. And then here's the abnormal don't repeat. Okay, the don't repeat abnormal option is right here. So why do I do that? Why do I have don't repeat? Rhetorical question, of course. So if I look at this one, again, I am sharing these four scans. Okay. This is just the doc version. Some people don't want to short. So, that's why I don't give out the doc version, but I sharing the individual. So, Indo as an example. Okay. So I can look at Indo. The first time it was alerted as a 10-day daily breakout was at 9:58 all times Eastern. The price was 372. This is the don't repeat version. So I will not see Indo again in this window. However, this is the repeating version. Every time Indo met all the filter values, it made a new high for the day, I will see it. So you can see. So this allows me to kind of go back and say, okay, what happened to this alert that I got at 9:58, and here's the price, so I can click on it, and you'll see there's a little blue arrow on my 15-minute chart, and that tells me that's the candle. Now, if I had a 5-minute chart up, it would show me the 5-minute chart or the 5-minute candle, but that tells me, okay, that's where the alert happened. What happened afterwards? Obviously, it was pretty awesome. Now, remember, not necessarily are they all going to be like this, okay? But that's what this allows me to do. It allows me to go back in time, say, "Well, what happened from then?" Maybe let's take a look at Oxy just as an example, 70/40. Okay. So from that alert, I got as high as 71.16. Not terrible. But sometimes what can happen is that maybe it doesn't even move, or maybe it drops a bit. And so using it like a watch list, maybe it drops a bit, put a price alert at the trigger price and see if it comes back later on, hits that price later on. As an example, not too many alerts in the breakout and the breakdowns. Again, if you're new to trading, that is what you don't want a lot of alerts. Otherwise, you'll be clicking like mad on symbol after symbol and getting nothing done. Okay. Yeah, it hasn't triggered for me yet. The GL just underneath 56 is my sorry, my price alert. Just under 56 is my price alert. I'm just waiting to see if it happens. Well, and there it is. Okay, guys, let's see if this has let's see if it really cascades its way downward. Now it's going to be volatile. Give me a moment. Okay, it just poked its head above 56 again, guys. So yeah, so it is still too volatile for me. So again, just because I got the alert didn't mean I'm going to pile into the trade. Okay, so I'll just reset my alert underneath 56 and see if it takes it out again. Almost like everybody was waiting for a 56 break. It hit it, and then the buyer stepped in briefly. Well, let's see how brief it is. All right. Okay, I'm waiting to see if it gets back down underneath 56. Well, there's an email actually. You'll see. Okay, the swing pick channel. There are 5 of them every week. If you have trade ideas, and I'm assuming you do, just go to the channel. Maybe Sunday night. I'm not sure. I think they get delivered Sunday night. You can just check the channel, and then there's a little blurb on each one of them. Okay, and it tells you, gives you a suggested entry and a suggested stop. That's it. I'm just having to. Okay, I'll open it, but I want to pay attention to the GL. All right, where is those swing picks? They're down here somewhere. Yeah. So when you click on it, it showed up. Where did it show? Okay. It showed up on another monitor. Okay, maybe that's what happened. So here it is. You can follow this exactly the way it's outlined, or figure out another way. But this is what it tells you: level of interest 50.85. Your stop at 45. If you were to take this one, I think the theory is that you take them Monday morning and you get out of them Friday afternoon or something like that. You don't have to if it's still working. Okay. Take them if they trigger, only if they trigger, not unlike the trade of the week. Okay. Well, these are real ideas. No, these are 5 every day, every week, 5 new ones every week. Okay. These are real ideas. Yes. Not being a swing trader, I don't look at them at all, but okay. I see. No, no, they're not example. I mean, they're not examples in the strict definition of the word. I mean, they are the swing picks for the week, and there will be 5 new ones every week. Now, it's possible there could be a duplicate, maybe one idea that was a swing pick. Maybe it shows up the next week too, but I don't follow it that closely to know. But let's just say there are 5 new ones every week. All right, guys. Well, this GL is just kind of still hanging around the 56 mark. It doesn't want to take it out in any big way yet. All right, guys, 11:26. So I am just going to confirm that Steve will be in our YouTube room in about half an hour. Again, normally it's Jamie on Fridays, but he and Steve seem to switch quite a bit. So it'll be Steve today. And Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. He also loves the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. I'm sure he's going to talk about that a lot. You see that orange line on the 15-minute chart? He loves that as something that. So, for instance, if he were in HUSA right now, HUSA, I'm not saying he wouldn't have taken any profit at all, but he wouldn't probably get out of the trade completely unless it broke down through that 10 SMA. Okay, but you can ask him questions about that. I don't quite follow it like that, but all right. CNEY. Let's see. Was this showing up anywhere? Yes, down here. So it had a big pop. Look at the big drop now, big topping tail. Yeah, I mean, looking left is just all these little areas in which it could stall. All right, getting close again to that 56. So now I wanted to know if it was getting close. So now I will put an alert again underneath it. Better not do that. 50, say 55.8. See if it really takes it out. All right, guys, 5605. 56 is what I'm looking at right now. There's the bid ask, 5605, 5609. Looking for a nice big break under 56, and that'll, the first time it broke, it popped up. Maybe the second time it will be the time. I know Shady's in it already, but I'm a little more conservative than him. I didn't want to take it immediately. I don't see that 56 is such a big deal, though. What I'm saying, I don't see a low looking left that's at 56 that could be holding it up. It's this whole number nonsense. Okay, 5602 on the bid. Guys, I'm just watching. I'm just watching to see if it get that stupid bid below 56. and maybe really get it rolling down. All right, so gold. Look at this gold play starting to move down. Still up for the day. What's gold doing? GLD? It moving down? Yeah, so gold is moving down now, guys. So gold, of course, is very strong along with silver, but there's a bit, maybe there's a little precious metal sell-off. Let's take a look at SLV if it's doing the same thing. Yes, it is. So I don't know, something's hitting the gold and the precious metal market. I just use the TI charts. I don't use my broker's charts, and I don't use it. I used to have TradingView a long time ago. I don't. I have only use the Trade Ideas charts now. They meet my needs. Okay, I know I'm not into a lot of the different indicators that some people want. So they meet my needs. You look at my chart. I have very few indicators. And I'll look at my daily chart. I just have the 200-day moving average. I have this ADMA mainly because Steve talks about it a lot. But other than that, I just don't have, I don't have any other indicators. And that is not to say, when people hear me say that, that doesn't mean if anybody out there using indicators and they're using them to your advantage, go for it. It's just that I found when I first started trading, yeah, I'd have every indicator on my charts and it just got way too confusing for me. So I eliminated most of them, and now I'm down to a bare minimum. But that's my style of trading. I'm more into the volume, price action volume. I mean, the only other one I don't have it on the chart, but the only other metric I follow is the um, VWAP. Okay, that's the only other metric that I kind of follow. I just don't have it on the chart. I find that it's not quite accurate enough. I mean, this VWAP right here, I think is if I asked other people with other charting programs, what? Okay, here we go. Maybe. All right. Well, let's see, guys. Let's see. Let's see if this finally is underneath 56 for a while. I'm in it. Come on. And I'm trying to have a little more patience on this, but you know what? It looked really good. It looked like it was going to get down. I've got down to 55.43, and of course, I was in this one yesterday very late at 56 and got in a halt, and it opened at, I think, was it 42 or 49 or something, and then halted again, opened at 42. Was incredible. So even though one would have thought, because it came from $92, you would have thought, well, how much more can it go down? It went down a lot more, even from the 60 level, got all the way down to, I think, 38 something. Okay, it is Steve today, guys. He just confirmed. Yes. Now go. He just he just confirmed that it'll be him today. So in about 25 minutes or so, I will be taking my break, and Steve Gomez will take over for me in the YouTube room. Okay. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over to listen to Steve for his hour. Okay, give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. So what time is it now? Now, here's one that is showing up. Henra, HNRA. I haven't seen. Wow, look at this. Did not see this in the pre-market at all. Really didn't do much in the pre-market. HNRA. This is one of those acquisition companies. Okay, so it's a blank check. Well, okay. Now I'm confused. This isn't. Okay, I'm confused. This says it's an acquisition core. So maybe it's not a blank check company. Maybe it's not a SPAC. But they've acquired this company called Pogo Resources, it looks like. And of course, it's an energy play, so very active. And looking left, and what's the float like? Yeah, 2.6 million in the float. So it's got some room to 371 on the daily chart, 370 to be exact on the daily chart. But the problem is right now we're chasing it. So let's see if it can pull back. Well, the VWAP is at 290. That'd be a pretty big pullback. Yes, look at okay, guys. Getting closer to 55 now for the GL. Well, the pre-market low for GL, I'm not saying nobody's saying it's getting there, but the pre-market low for GL is just a little over 50. Looks like it is exactly 50. Okay, 50-50. That is the pre-market low for GL. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. Okay, guys, keep an eye on I'm sorry, MNDR right here. Still up 26%, making a challenge to the 13 level. For me, if it gets through 13, if get some volume too. But look how the volume has dwindled. Okay, if you look at the 15-minute chart, the first actually that's a 10 o'clock candle. Okay, so it wasn't the 9:30 candle, but the 10 o'clock candle was huge. And now, but since then, the volume has tailed off. The volume can pick up again as we speak. It's getting scary, guys. Just because I start talking about these stocks, They're triggering. Now let's see if it can hold 13. Okay, I see the bid ask is 1301, 1320. And the high today was about 14. So I mean, there's some room. Obviously, and of course, that's an all-time high. I started. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm eating. Just give me a moment. All right, guys. Well, let's see if it can hold 13 now. So watching it right around this 13 level. GL getting closer and closer to 55 now. Let's get GL up and running here. So here is another level where it could stall if it keeps moving down. Okay, for GL, look at the pre-market. Couple of lows of 15-minute candles around 52.61. Still a lot of room. Okay, still a lot of room to that level. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but looking at the pre-market action, and there was a lot of volume. So this is 8:30 and 8:45. All right, now we get the little fight at 55 for GL. We had the little fight at 56. Now we get the next whole number fight at 55. A little bit of one anyway. Fight's over, maybe. All right. Well, I'm be taking my break at in about 15 minutes, so I will have to be watching this one, of course, as I'm on my break. I'm not actually going to get away from my computer. Can't. Not for something like this. So my break is basically from the mic. All right, guys. Well, now we got a nice break underneath 56, 55. So again, this next area of potential resistance or support, I guess, is 52.70. Okay. Again, I'm not saying it's getting down there, but if it got close to that, you can just sort of see those 2 15-minute candles. There's a lot of volume, so could get stuck there. Oh, you're short from 60. Okay, I thought you were, well, even better. All right, guys. Well, even the MNDR, okay, I'm kind of liking the way it's trading at just over 13. The longer it holds over 13, the better. And it did hit 14 in the not pre-market. It hit 14 earlier. Just as I said that, it's dropped underneath 13. Okay. Okay, guys. As I'm waiting to see how much further this GL can go down. How's the Indo doing? Indo, so it's kind of chopping around a bit. The easy go earlier on, very ugly now. But using the AI, guys, I mean, you have to trade these. I mean, you can't expect these crazy little ones to just keep going higher and higher all day long. So you have to trade them. And this was a reverse split also. So going to be very wild, but a great alert. But you've got to trade them. You've got to manage the trade. All right. Next whole number 54. And I'm talking about GL, of course. All right, guys, what I'm going to do now is I will put the YouTube link in the main room. So when Steve shows up in about 10 minutes, you can head over and listen to him. Okay, so there's the YouTube link in. Okay, he's not there yet, of course, but when he gets there, I'll let you know. And I think it's a good idea always to head over to YouTube between 12 and 1, listen to another trader at Trade Ideas. We all have different trading styles. Okay. Well, I think it's a good idea to do something like that. Come on. Take out that 54, 50. Yes. All right, guys. Now 52. Now again, if you're in this one, I know Shady's in a lot earlier, but if you're a little bit later like I was, there is your area right there, a potential support. Okay. 52.70. We're not that far away. 53.86 now. But look at that daily. I'm not saying it's going to stall there, but I would be aware of that. I'm going to be aware of that for sure. All right, let's play the inducement game. So I'm going to I'm going to put a price alert just underneath it, 53.73. See if I can induce it downwards. And it works. Let's do it again. 53.50. Just keep putting these price alerts underneath the current price. There we go. Another one. All right, guys. So again, I'm on my break in about 6 minutes. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to put the announcement up here, just waiting for Steve to show up. Okay. Okay. So I'm not on my break yet, just waiting for Steve to show up. Probably another 5 minutes or so. Okay, guys. YouTubers, are we okay? Can you hear me and see my screen? I had a strange error message pop up. Just want to make sure YouTube is okay, especially for Steve showing up. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Nicole. All right, guys. Just again, just waiting to see. I have another price alert for GL at 53.35. See if that takes that out. Getting closer and closer where there could be a support area for a while anyway. It's a big float. I didn't realize that. I know it's from my combo scan. Shady's going to get in it if it hits 2123. That's a big float, 1.26 billion. But man, look at the potential room it's got if it can ever take that out. It's going to need a lot of volume though. Relative volume is great, 5. The option volume, 58,000 contracts. That is 3.8 times normal. I'll tell you what, Steve will, okay? Because I'll be taking my break in about 2 minutes, okay? TSPCO, Teaspoon Company, okay? Steve will, okay? The big one, of course, from yesterday was rent, RENT. And the big one early on from today was EZGO, which at one point was up a huge percent. Of course, it gave it all back, but that's why you've got to manage your trades. Put another price alert down here, 56, 53.23, I think. Just inducing it downwards with price alerts. Boy, if it takes this out here, if it really does take out this 52.80, let see how easy it is, guys. This is how it's a great strategy. Just put price alerts in and it'll move the price down. And of course, I'm kidding. Okay. I am kidding in case somebody's first time looking at this and thinking, wow, I got to get this program. That's all I have to do. The next low is 52.55. Okay. Yeah. 52.55 on these candles right there. So it's getting close. I'm not saying it's going to stop there, but I'm certainly aware of it. Well, let's put 53. 56 now seems like a distant memory. And if it takes this out, I mean, Shady might be right. I'll be amazed if it challenges yesterday's low at 38.87, but hey, anything is possible. All right. Now let's keep doing it. 52.85. And there he is. Okay, just give me a moment, Steve. Okay, guys, so Steve is in our YouTube room right now. I'll see you guys in the main room in about an hour. And now I can welcome Mr. Steve Gomez into the room.
Hello.
Hello.
Happy Friday.
Yes, and I thought it was going to be a real sleepy Friday, but nope. Still lots
No?
of action.
Like in particular.
Well, okay. For me, earlier on, I was able to get into rent earlier on.
Oh yeah, I saw
Okay,
that.
so that I was surprised to see it had a. Now it's completely given it up, but you know me, I'm not sticking around too long. And now I'm still in the GL. I'm in the GL on the short. A little bit late. I got in at just underneath 56, and we'll see how much further it can go down. You saw GL yesterday, right?
Yeah, I saw it yesterday. I just couldn't. But that was the bad panda people, right?
The bad panda, exactly. But
Yeah.
in all seriousness, the next time they come out with an alert, I've only seen maybe a couple. I can't remember the one before that. Man, am I going to pay attention?
I mean, these widow making, home wrecking blogs such as this, you just have to wonder are their cousins selling options. Somebody's front running this stuff.
Oh,
It's so
they make no
slimy.
bones about it. They make no bones about it that we're short and we've been short.
Yeah.
But when you look at it though, Steve, I mean, these guys, it's not just, hey, we're short this. And I mean, they put out a pretty scathing report, and it's up to the company to defend themselves. And most of the time, what I've seen for some of
Yeah.
them anyway, they just can't defend themselves. I mean,
True.
and
True.
so I mean, look at NKLA. I mean, that's the first one
Oh
that I
yeah.
can remember. And
Well, yeah, it's funny. I was having dinner with some friends, the other night, and he just said, "Well, I'm been long Fisker. What happens?" I go, "Nothing. It just goes bye bye."
yeah,
There are stocks that go to zero for a reason.
yes,
My point is, when you have a following like this, like, do you remember back in the day, or maybe it was before you, Dan Dorfman? This was in the 90s.
oh, I remember
And
Dan
the
Dorfman. I know the name.
CNBC
Yes.
would do the Dorfman report
Yep.
and the Dorf report. And it was just this big scuttlebutt of like, who was this guy, tipping off, 5 minutes before his
Right, right,
segment
right,
on,
right.
on
Yes.
CNBC. And he
Yeah.
would just move things. So the point being is, when you're an entity that can move things like that, there's got to be some SEC scrutiny, because people are making money easily off of somebody's name. Anyway, that's just me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and you're completely right. The only thing I would say though is that for these guys and the Hindenburg, I mean, they put out like
They
these are
back
like
it up.
20-page reports, and they dive
They-
right into it, and they say, okay, company, if we're, and they try to talk to the company, and a lot of times the company says, we're not talking to these guys. This is
Then they add
before
to
the
their
report.
shorts on the
And
no
then, yeah,
comments. They add to their
absolutely.
short.
Add to their
Yep.
shorts. They're flat out come out and say, yeah, we're short this thing. And if the
I
company wants to refute us anyway,
I
go ahead.
I just wish that Michael and I on our Sunday night podcast had that kind of reach where we could go into the weekend, short something, and then piss on something, and then watch it go down 30%.
Well, you guys just got to get
I
a
guess
couple
I'm
of million
jealous.
followers. That's all.
Yeah. I'm working on it.
I don't even know how many followers Fuzzy Panda has. I mean, I hadn't even heard of them until maybe a couple of months ago, but they all of a sudden I see this group and they're short this and Fuzzy who, so
Yeah,
anyway.
I've heard of Hindenburg, but yeah, the fuzzy panda my memory was fuzzy.
Okay. All right, Steve.
Right.
I'll let you go, and I'll see
All right.
you in about an hour. Okay. Oh, well, it's
Sure.
12:04 now, so I'll try to be
Yeah.
here a little before 1 for you. Okay.
Thanks. All right.
Okay. Bye
Bye. Put the masters on.
bye. Yeah. Right.
All right. Hello, everybody. I will start by always asking, was anybody sent here by support for some help? Because, you guys get first attention, first right of refusal. Otherwise, I just start rambling into what's going on in the markets. So if you need help, if you're new and you're here for some help, speak up and I'll help you right off the bat. This is what I'm looking at. Bang, right off the bat. So yesterday was just completely wiped out overnight for whatever reason. Don't know. But big sell off in the morning and then a little bit of a bounce. Market has to breathe. And we've got 2 or 3 candles here who are respecting this declining 10 SMA. If you're a regular on my segment here, usually I'm on Thursdays, but you know that I love my 15-minute 10 SMA. And what we've got here is even more egregious and a good example. It's kind of a pinch play. Here's the 5-day SMA that I so much love. A 15-minute chart shows me a 5-day. That's a 5-day line. That's why it's so smooth. It's not a 5 candle. It's 5 days. It's 130 periods. Hello, Toro. Thank you. So when stocks are above that, they're kind of in short-term general good health. When they're below it, they're under pressure short-term. I'm speaking totally short-term here. This is a 15-minute window. See, if I had put this 5-minute moving average in here, it would just be one more line. And it comes to a point where you get too many indicators on one chart. It starts to look like a vascular system you studied in med school. We don't need that. We need simplicity. And for simplicity, I was thinking about it this morning, indicators, everybody's got their favorite indicator, and there's nothing wrong with them. They're all indicators for a reason, because in the right hands, they work. Whether it's a Ichimoku cloud or my 10 SMA and my 5-day moving average, or Brian Shannon's anchored VWAP, or a lot of HPCG, the chart guys, the swing trading chart guys, they use religiously the Bollinger Bands. Pick one. Don't use all four. That's my point. Pick one and master it. Like an instrument. Pick up that instrument and make it sing. And they can all work. But the last thing you want to do as a new trader is have them all line up like you're some astrologer, and you got to wait for everything to give you a green light with the MACD diverging and the RSI. That's too much. So find something that works, keep it simple, and use that method. There's no one right method. Michael, SoFi will rebound. It's an opinion. Let's see what the chart has to say about that. All right. Just a reminder, financial services, right. So they're under the 50, which in my book is a sign of general ill health. They've got to prove to me that they're healthy. So they're kind of guilty until proven innocent here. Also below the 200. So 200 and the 50 are two big fat indicators that kind of give you a green or red light on the long term. If you know something I don't, that's great. But a good start would be for it to dig in here and start to come back up and challenge this 50, and then come back and challenge that 200. Because until then, the technicals, the footprints in the sand are saying otherwise. Hello, Jay. What do I think of RL bounce? Happy to look. Let's look at charts. I don't think there's a bounce in store here, and I'll tell you why. The chart is horrible. We are now trading inside the gap. All right, we're now just pretty much entering. There's always the possibility that we're just searching for stops here. But if that's the possibility, let's switch to the zoom in 15-minute mode. And that's telling us we're still under pressure. That's my momentum line. The 10 SMA, looking at 10, 15-minute candles, is throwing down hard on top of the price. And you can see that. I mean, I'm a visual person. I don't look at numbers. I'm a visual person. And that visual is telling me it's getting thumped on the head, and it looks like it wants to make a new low. Now, that's not to say that it can't make a new low here and reverse. So if you're looking for a reversal, why not wait until you get a closing 15-minute candle, 15 minutes of trading that takes out this downward sloping momentum line? Because right now it's a guess, and the odds favor new lows, but I can't predict that. Is it good to short the gap? In this particular instance, I would say yes, because it's had no bounce. Often I'll say wait for the bounce and then hammer the bounce. We don't have a bounce. We have sideways, which in that respect means the momentum direction is likely to continue even stronger, because sideways correction over price correction signals a stronger trend. As I'm speaking, we're making new lows here. Normally, I don't like to short new lows, but what I'm saying is we did not get that bounce, right? I like that bounce to short, but it's okay if you go sideways for an hour. If you've given this thing an hour to say, okay, I'm ready to short this thing, go ahead and bounce, and it doesn't, and then the moving average starts to creep in, that can be an entry. I would take that entry as a short seller. And then if you look left, yeah, you've got a lot of pocket to fill here. There's a lot of gap. But what can often happen is, we can try to fill that gap, and then this is just a stop hunt right there. And then we get a reversal. Is that going to happen today? I don't know. Let's go back and look at the charts. IWM, same situation, down on the day, down below the 5-day moving average. And it's being hammered again by the 10 SMA. Let's look around the horn. SPY couldn't make it. SPY's giving us some red drips here. It's throwing in the towel. What does the NASDAQ look like? NASDAQ's giving us some red drips right under the double cross here. This is what I was kind of alluding to earlier when I got sidetracked. The 10 SMA is coming down. To answer your question, retire. To answer your question, it's a 10 SMA. Now, again, go ahead and use an 8 SMA. Go ahead and use a 9 EMA. I don't care. They're all close enough to call them the family of the momentum, the fast line, the fast period, the momentum indicator. For me, I use a 10 SMA for the momentum. Again, this blue line is not a momentum indicator. It's more of a general bill of health. And I'm actually kind of equating it to the same respective job as the daily chart of the 50-day. That's why I have them the same color, actually. Look at the pinch we're getting here. The NASDAQ is really coiling up for something. Now, we've had a long run. Is this coil going to resolve itself to the upside? It very well could. All it takes is a Fed governor saying something happy. Or if we roll over and post a red candle close below this rising 50-day moving average in the NASDAQ, look out below. That is a major red flag. Which brings up a good point. A lot of times in my segment, I will bring up, what am I trading? What am I long? What's in my portfolio? Guess what? Nothing. Nothing is in my portfolio. I went to cash. I don't like what I'm seeing. And not only did I go to cash in my other account, which is, I can't short in my 401k. Thank God I can trade my 401k, but I can only go long. I can't short. I can't buy levered ETFs. So it's like being a tennis player with one hand. I don't have a backhand. So all I can do to be defensive is go to cash. And if the market goes lower, then I'm outperforming the market because I'm in cash. But I do have another account or two. And in those accounts, I came long TZA today. I bought that yesterday. TZA is the inverse of the IWM. Let's bring up the IWM. And as I said, the 50-day moving average is a general bill of health on the daily. We've now spent 3 days and we're heading to lows below this 50. Remember, I just said a minute ago, if the NASDAQ gives us the same look and we wind up at the end of the day at 4 o'clock today looking like this, if I were a money manager with people's money, which I am, my mom's money, and I'm going to take a lot of risk off. Let's just put it that way. I can't tell people what to do. I'm not a financial, but I can tell you what I'm doing. And I've been doing this for a long time. So take that for what it's worth. Good morning, perfect circle. How do I feel about the VIX rising? I don't have a good chart for the VIX. I've got that VXX. I'm not surprised. I suppose I could pull it up on TradingView or something. I'm not surprised. If that's an accurate depiction, this ETF is garbage. But yeah, I mean, it just basically bolsters everything I just said, perfect circle. And again, I'm in cash in my retirement account, except for BEAT. This one stock, this is a position, this is an investment. I'm not selling that. But everything else is cash. And then in my short account, my leveraged account, margin account, what have you, I am in TZA. All right, I'm going to throw another one at you here. I am not bullish at all commercial real estate. And I don't think it's a hard case to make. If you look around, the malls are empty, office buildings are half full, retail is dying. How can you participate? Well, you could short IYR, but I like to use levered ETFs on the opposite. So I'm long SRS as well as TZA. You can see this here starting to break out of this base pattern. It's basically the IYR REIT index falling out of bed. And this is a double or a triple. I can't remember. Ultra short. I guess that means triple. So that is my short exposure to this market. And that's it. I don't have anything else. So there's nothing that I like to the long side. I don't like what this market's showing us. I think by the end of the day, if we see the NASDAQ below that 50, God darn it, 3 Qs. If we see the NASDAQ below this, right, I mean, look how long this trend has been going. And it slowly got tested there on that big day, that big downdraft day. That was kind of a shot across the bow. Messed around a little bit, and now we might be retesting, the second or third time. Once that breaks, I mean, this is in play down here. This is what I see. So I see no reason to be long, levered, especially margined. No, I'm in all cash. I hope that helps. Yes, I said TZA. So just so you know, TNA is, you're saying I'm TNA. You say I like the IWM. Um, Hang on a second. Somebody was trying to call me. TNA means you like the IWM, the Russell 2000, but you get like triple leverage. TZA is the opposite. So you can see two different charts there. The NASDAQ is SQQ, just so you can see what that is. So this thing has just been driven from $22 down to $10, but you see how that VIX spiked, perfect circle, that could be a precursor again to if everybody at once decides to head for the doors and there's nobody there really to prop it up, then that's not good. Yes, the VIX is a fun house mirror, the VXX of sort. What does that make the VXX exactly? Yeah, I mean, all of a sudden, perfect circle, the headlines have turned to Iran, Israel, Iran, war, ships, guard on guard, all that headline saber rattling is not helping. Probably one of the reasons some people are selling. And in this case, if you don't want to sell, that's the reason the VIX is there. The big money managers can just buy puts in the S&P, and it's called the fear index. And so if people are hedging their longs, like if the market were to break, but they don't want to sell their NVIDIA, they don't want to tell their shareholders or their investors why they sold Amazon or NVIDIA, they just hedge. And they use VIX as a hedge proxy, as a hedge vehicle. I don't understand your question, Indo. I'm going to have to expand on that. So as I'm looking at the SQQs, it's telling me that the market is starting to fall out of bed again. We'll bring up the natural cues. And that's a double wide slam right there. Rejected at the 5-day and forced lower by the momentum line. It's really showing you the way in which I use those two indicators. This is a general area of interest. It could not get above that general area of interest, the 5-day. And now it's running out of time because the momentum line, the 10 SMA, the momentum is throwing it down to new lows to be tested here in a moment. I did Wealth 360 from Michael yesterday, which was cool because I got to play with a layout that he created. Stage analysis. And this goes to the 4 stages of the market. Distribution, accumulation, I'm sorry, I can't remember them. Accumulation, distribution, markdown, accumulation, markup, distribution. So there's 4 stages. So the first stage is accumulation. These are going to be stocks that are low. I've got the weekly channel up. And if I zoom in a little bit, these are all stocks that have been doing nothing, but they're coming to life. They might be coming out of the doldrums, the basement, coming out of accumulation, and then they'll be moving soon to stage 2, which is called the markup stage. If we look at a couple more accumulation stocks, zoom out a little bit. Again, I'm on the weekly. Oh, there's HYMC. I was in that one. That's a silver stock that's trying to come out of the doldrums. So then they move over to what we call, let's find a better one. Accumulation. Markup. I keep confusing myself. Here's a good example of markup. So it's come out of the doldrums down here. Stage 1 is accumulation. And then once it breaks out of stage 1, it becomes stage 2, the markup stage. And every stock goes through this. Every stock index goes through this. I firmly believe that we are in the now stage 3. Look at this. This looks just like our market, doesn't it? After markup comes chopping back and forth, and that's when we call distribution, where you get big selling days. Well, if I go right to the Qs, from this chart, we had a big distribution day back here. You can't see it on the weekly, but we are going sideways, and I feel like we're kind of in stage 3 up here. Here's another sideways chart. And then stage 4, these are going to be the ones that are just hopeless downtrends. And this is a good example for me to bring up right here. Short selling. If you're a short seller, and I will short sell on the swing side, this is a perfect example of why you do not short new lows. You see this? You watched it. You waited. New lows, I'm shorting. You go and you play golf. You think you're onto a good one. And then you get ripped your face off 7-8 days in a row. But where did it stop? Weeks, excuse me. Where did it stop? A double test of the 50-week. So once again, the 50 in the weekly frame showed me the level of interest. They ran out of buyers. And so this is a perfect area to imprint visually of where you short stocks, where you short sell in the swing trade. Not down here. It's called shorting in the hole. You find out real quick that hurts. Feels good for a moment, but then it's not a matter of time before you get bounced out. So cool. This is a very cool palette to work with the 4 different stages. Brian Shannon wrote a book on them. Stan Weinstein invented them. I'm going to, I'll share this with the cloud link in case anybody is interested. I'll drop that into the chat. There we go. That should work. All right. Okay, yeah, the 3 indicator lines. I'm going to close this now. I'm done talking about that. I'm only using 2 indicator lines on my 15-minute chart. So that's going to be the 10 and the 50. I'm sorry, the 10 and the 130. Let me illustrate. Indicators on an SMA, I've got 130 periods, SMA 130. On a 15-minute chart, that gives me a smoothed out 5-day moving average, which I can see a lot clearer than I would over here on my daily. And then my 10 SMA is my momentum indicator. Let's check in on the NASDAQ and see if we've gotten to lows yet. Nope, we got to lows and bounced. Over on my daily, we've got 4 moving averages and 4 only. The 10, which is my momentum, the 20 SMA, which I refer to as the backstop, and then the 50, which I refer to as the general health. And now you can see we're pounding on this rising 50. You know, at some point, this lovely trend is going to end at some point. There's no reason it can't be now, but I'm not going to stick around and hope that it continues. I said, if you're new, I'm in cash. I'm not taking a lot of risk. Pragiti G INDO is, so I guess that's a stock. It just wasn't capitalized, so I didn't know. I recall Indo, yes. Look at the, boy, I wish I had seen this yesterday. That's a really nice move. It blasted right through the 200-day, and it's just giving incredible Incredible movement. This stock was on the radar a lot over the last couple of years back here. I remember this big move. So a lot of times these stocks will die and go to sleep and never come back to life. But thank you for showing me that. Indo is obviously very interesting. Is there news today on this one? I don't see any news for Indo. I see a lot of red coming through my tickers, though. So again, I'm short the IWM, which is the Russell 2000. That looks like it's trying to go to lows. Look over here on the daily. I'm feeling kind of comfy at the moment. I started shorting here. I added to it yesterday, and now I'm just sitting. I feel like that is my profit potential. But I'm doing it by way of TZA. So therefore, my profit potential, should be up here. If I draw a line, I'm just going to do that right now. I've already got a line in there. You can see I've looked left, and I've drawn this line just to kind of alert me that TZA is pushing through a level, kind of like a space launch pushing through the atmosphere, maximum resistance, and then it breaks through. So I'll do that again. I'll come back over here, and I'll put another price alert. Just probably more in terms of what my target's going to be on this. Because if the market breaks, this thing can really get going. And there's no reason why, it can't go from 19 to 23, 24. Put 2 lines in there. All right. So yeah, interesting looking chart in Indo. I don't know what I would do with that. It's up over 100%. DJT trying, huh? So this thing's been getting absolutely clobbered, but now it's trying to turn and move higher. But I'm not interested in buying anything. I don't care what it is. I'm going to watch and see how this all resolves. This has me very concerned. I'm not concerned, but has me concerned for people who might be over leveraged long. Maybe a Fed governor finds a microphone and stick saves the market, and we all go into the weekend happily. But these headlines are kind of scary. On the 15, why are you using, yes, the 130 retire? It's very simple. 15-minute chart. If we want to look at 5 days, that's 130 periods of 15 candles. So rather than plug in a 5-day moving average on my daily chart, in the 15-minute chart, if I use 130 periods, it's a perfect rolling 3 days, smoothed out using those periods. It's always going to be the same number. Like if I had a 5-day on my daily chart and then a 130 on my 5-day, it's going to be the same number. I'm just seeing it in a much more smoothed out visual way. And boy, when I see it like that, just flat, and the price went down below and came up and got rejected underneath that 130 5-day moving average, and then it's being forced additionally by the momentum of my 10 SMA, 10 candles. It's extremely bearish in the moment here. We'll see how it resolves, but this moment is extremely bearish. I'd be surprised if we don't test lows and at least trade down here to these levels to kind of test yesterday. See all these wicks from yesterday. We're probably going to come down and we're probably going to come down and test this congestion that we had yesterday. But in doing so, we're going to be flirting again with that rising 50 SMA. We've got a long day. I've made bad decisions getting out of trades that I shouldn't have because it was midday and things look like this, only to wait for the end of the day to see that was a wick and the shot, and the stock closed up much higher. And I get mad at myself for selling midday. So my rule is to wait for the closing candle, because it's all going to be about the closing candle. Everybody's going into the weekend. We're going to have weekly charts. We're going to have people looking at the headlines, doing their homework, figuring out what they want to do for Monday. But I want to kind of get ahead of that. I'm going to go to weekly again here. And the weekly 10-week moving average, again, is the momentum line, 10-week SMA, held. Last week it held, but here, if we close on lows, this would be the first, as I just said a minute ago, the first closing candle that closes below, not wick, but closes below. So the weekly candle, the weekly chart could get a little dicey at the end of the day if we close on lows. Just keep that in mind because I'm signing off in a half an hour. All right. Did close out my mind med position this morning. Well, I'm on the weekly. That's right. It was a good run, but I don't like what the market's doing. Even your favorite stocks. See, this could very well roll over and close on lows, but I already decided I want out. So this was a great run. I held this, sold in chunks, and finally just took the last piece off this morning. It's kind of cathartic to clear the decks sometimes and go to cash, go into the weekend with risk off, and just kind of be an observer. There's a new low in the Qs. Okay, here's my SRS. Again, I spoke to this earlier. This is the inverse of the IYR. If you're bearish on real estate, commercial real estate trusts like I am, you would buy the SRS because it's mirroring the IYR. Oh, the IYR, if the close is weaker than we are now, it basically will have given up its 200-day moving average after a nice solid support back here. Pretty solid wick that day. But it kind of gathered some steam and came back around, tested it twice, yesterday and the day before. And if we bleed below this 200-day, that's going to set off a lot of alarm bells too. So I am pleasantly comfy in SRS. And again, I bought this one yesterday right on the open. Right there. So I'm in the money on that one. All right, guys. Hang on a second. Perfect. I missed one. Missed a couple. Sorry, Jay. What do I think of SE short? Hopefully it's still setting up. Okay, I always look at the daily first. Daily is giving away. Both the moving 10 and 20 looks weak on the daily. We are under the 5-day here intraday. Look how it tried to hold there. And the momentum line, the 10 and 70 has taken over. So, I mean, if you're already positioned, it looks good. If you're already positioned, I mean, you probably would be wise to have that as your target, the rising 50, because it would be just under this, and everybody would be setting their stops there, and it would probably easily come down and test that if we have weakness. I'm assuming that you're already positioned, Jay. If you're waiting, sometimes, like I said, even on a 15-minute chart, this is considered shorting in the hole. I'd rather be this person that shorts there or there. Give yourself better staying power by giving yourself a better entry of contrarian nature. All right. And then we had another one. Nathaniel, is there a way to back test an alert further than 60 days? No, I'm sorry. You would be surprised at how many billions of lines of code we have just to accommodate every filter, alert, an event that we currently have and track and keep record of to create those back tests. So that's always been the architecture. Maybe in the future, it's possible, but there's certainly nothing that's being worked on at the moment. It's essentially just it's a cutoff line that has to happen for our capacity, server capacity, and also price. We have to purge that data after 3 months. I see FAS going to lows. So FAS is the inverse of the financials. Look at that. So it'd be safe to say the financials have been kind of tipping us off these last 3 days. Look at that. They have been quietly exiting the building. And for the people who maybe have been using FAS as a levered inverse ETF, you had a good run down here from 10 up to 1140. All right. I think we're caught up on questions. If we're not, if there's somebody waiting for a question, feel free. Hey, that's a happy sign. TZA on highs. So that's me. Margin account, because I can't short in my main 401k account. Ford was looking really good a month ago. Back here, it was like, whoa, somebody really wanted Ford. And then, nope. This looks very similar to a chart we looked at earlier. I can't remember what it was, but look at that. Down, no bounce, sideways. And what happens after the 10 SMA hits a sideways? It says, nope, you're going back to lows. Very visual. All right. Now I think we're caught up. So let me know if I've missed any questions. Let me know if you want to look at a chart. I'm probably not going to like much right now. I mean, I think even gold and those charts are starting to roll over. They were also quietly giving, look at those. Ooh, those are big reversal candles. Gold and silver. Giant reversal candles. I did come in long some HYMC, sold some yesterday, and sold the rest pretty much on the open once it broke that moving average right there. So I'm happy to have gotten out at 422 on the second half. But what I loved about it was gold, miners, and then this, right, with that wonderful fanning moving average coming up and forcing it higher. If I could find something like that. Last week, we did a back test for something that occurred during the day. I think what it was this one, and I even brought it up. I mean to say I even saved it. These were stocks that pulled back and touched the 10 SMA. Now, on a day like today, there are probably a lot of them touching their 10 SMA and getting blown right through it. But I believe this was the one. And what I had done, Debbie, if I recall, was it was a 15-minute scan, but I turned it into a daily scan, and we back tested it. So I went and I said, if we back tested this, we'll kind of start over. And we said, at the market open day after tomorrow, risk management. I always use something simple like, I don't know, maybe a 5% gain, risking 1.5 to get there. And let's just do like the last 20 days. Just to see what happens. Since it's been a strong market. And we're getting hung up there in the last 90 percentile. That happens sometimes. But then when you rerun them, a lot of it's cached data. That last mile hit the wall. TZA on highs again. Okay, so a lot of trades. But then what we always do is we come to optimization. You can go with price interval if you want, but I don't really think there's much to be had in there. Actually, it looks like most of it. Actually, I shouldn't say that. Let's do that. Let's just say our best price level looks to be $50 minimum. Right click, set minimum. Okay. And maximum of 109. So right off the bat, we've kind of cleaned up a lot of bad data, optimizing just the price level from 50 to 109. Now let's go to time of day. Let's do 15-minute intervals. It was interesting when we were at 60, wasn't it? Look at that. I might as well just use that. 9 o'clock. So don't start this thing until 9 o'clock. That's what it's telling me. Okay. So let's run again. And we'll back test since we made a change in the price. But this time, we're not going to start till 9 my time, which is 12 Eastern. So according to those two changes alone, that heat map, yeah, I'll give the list. Between the heat map of the price and the time of day, those two changes, let's hit the button and see how much it improved. Hey, we're actually onto something here now. Look at that. According to this, over the last 20 days, 49 trades, 69% winner, average winner $1.50, average loser 94 cents. Now, of course, we can optimize and take this even deeper with other filters and say something so basic as like distance from VWAP, distance from VWAP today. Does that show us anything? Let's try 10th intervals. No, it doesn't really give us much. What about S&P change on the day? Or S&P change, I don't know, 30 minutes. Doesn't give us much. But you can see we could continue, and I'm not going to continue because you can paint yourself into a corner, but you could continue with certain things and just say, is there another heat map that I can, click into? Let's just try S&P change today and see if that does anything. No, it really doesn't. Doesn't really matter. It looks like the majority of trades are down here. We get some reds, but I'm not going to change that. So in this iteration right here, I can drop this cloud link directly to you, Debbie. And, I just showed you kind of how you can backtest that. But again, just so you know, the concept behind that is strong stocks pulling back to the 10 SMA. But let me tell you this. Sometimes you need to put certain scans on the shelf. This might be one of them. We just back tested a brilliant trend that just wouldn't break, and buying dips worked. But if we close today weak below these key moving averages that I've been highlighting, a scan like that might break. It might not work because you're fighting the tide. You're paddling upstream all of a sudden where the stream used to carry you to the right trade. So just be careful of when and how you use that. That is a bull market scan, which brings me to a great point. It's nothing that says you can't duplicate that window and say, okay, well, if that's the bullish scenario, what if I flip it upside down? So we configure and we just hit that one button and everything inverts. And all of a sudden, these are stocks that there's nothing on there today. That's hilarious because we're so weak today. But there's nothing that's bouncing up into, I'm looking at a history from yesterday. And I think somebody's asking me, perfect example, what indicator was the blue arrow? So see what I just did, Tracy? I just went to a history of yesterday, And when I click on it, the blue arrow is highlighting the candle that was actually shown as the scan came through. So it's kind of a historical feature. It gives us ideas. So it's always highlighting something, a candle, so to speak. Let's see. So that being said, look at this. SQ, SQ, SQ. Go to that one. The very last candle. Let's look at this. So to emphasize the point I just made, there is the intraday alert. And I told you this was a short strategy, right? What have I been talking about shorting? I've been talking about, don't short in the hole. Don't short down here. Wait for something to bounce. Well, the reason that came through is because yesterday, it was actually right there. It was coming through and bouncing up into the 10 SMA. So these are stocks that were bouncing into the 10 SMA yesterday. IEDCC did so also. Oh, beautiful. Look at that. I'm actually going to zoom in on that so you can see the beauty of that one. This was yesterday. There's our blue arrow. There's our high of the day. Look, everybody's chasing. Oh my God, I'm going to get long IDC. And this scan is designed to say, nope, this thing's in a downtrend, just like these down here are in an uptrend. We're buying pullbacks. We inverted everything. So now these are in downtrends. And look at that, bouncing right up into that moving average. That's the concept behind the invert that I just made. So I'm happy to put this back on live. There's nothing today, nothing at all today, but something could trigger. But I will happily share the inverted one. Let's actually do this. Let's rename it so it doesn't just say flipped. Bounce up to the 10 SMA. So these are shorts. All right, so I've named it. Now I can configure it, and I'll drop it in here for Tracy and anybody else that wants the opposite. And you can start. So if the market starts getting really crappy and buying the dip no longer works, and that's a strategy that you could pull off the shelf and start, back testing 5-10 days of weakness just to see how it works. But the point is, just be aware that that first one I gave you is a bull market scan, and I'm a little concerned that we might be ending this pretty good run we've had. Back on lows here in the NASDAQ. And okay, I'm zoomed in on the daily. We are at do or die point right here because we held this day, we held this day, and we held this day. What happens if everybody looks at the end of the day and they see that? It's not going to be pretty. I'm anticipating that. I don't want to guess. I don't want to be any part of hoping that the trend continues. I will wait for confirmation before. That's nice, Debbie. You know what? Maybe Tuesday next week. Michael is on maternity. He and his wife had a baby, so he's gone for 2 weeks. I might fill in Tuesday if I don't have a lot going on. But, normally on Friday you get Andy, and he and I have been trading side by side forever, 25 years, to be honest. Or either connected by chat. So you get a lot of the same info from Andy on Fridays. Normally I'm on Thursdays. Yeah, glad to hear that. Michael is doing great with his family. His now expanded family. All right, so you got the cloud codes. Debbie's good. What indicator was the blue arrow? Tracy, we talked about that. We're just highlighting the candle, especially in history. We want to go back and see when something triggered. I'm actually going to be taking over for him on Trader TV on Monday. He's built up a nice little following over there live. So I think I want to pull my flannel lumberjack shirt out and try and fill his flannel on Monday. I'm sure you're chuckling at that, Barry.
Uh-huh.
Catching up on Slack stuff. Buy a husky. Maybe I can grow a beard in that time, or I can paste one on. But yeah, when Michael takes off for 2 weeks, it's a lot of little nooks and crannies to fill. Like I said, I did the Wealth 365 yesterday, and I think Andy's going to do a webinar tomorrow. Chris Varley did Trader TV this morning. So we have a deep bench here at Trade Ideas. Good question, Leon. I'm thinking we're not going to make the podcast this Sunday. Probably next week. I think he'll be able to sneak away next week and do it. So we're probably going to take this Sunday off. I'm not going to attempt to do it myself. I don't have the gear. He's the one that runs that whole thing that makes it look nice and slick. I just have a big green screen that I lug in from the garage, and then he does everything else. I was expecting somebody to come in that needed help on something, but they never came in. CXAI is going to highs. That one, I don't want to take my eye off that one. That one's a squirrely one. That's CXAI.
Oh, Steve, rescue me.
From what?
I'm turning into a gambler.
You and Andy.
Oh my gosh, I've been playing with this rent, and the spread's been crazy. Luckily, with IB, I can get some mid price fills, and I've been doing okay on it, but it is still wild rent. So let me just get out of. Yeah, I just got out of my last little.
Yeah, it's a little spready.
Yeah, well, right now, 9109 is nothing. But anyway.
Okay.
So rescue me, okay? So I won't do that if I'm having to commentate. So you can go, because I'm sort of kidding, but I am getting a little bit reckless just because of some of these crazy moves and trying to take advantage of them. And it's not really the way to trade. And just like you said, Andy, I think it's, listening to Andy either on Thursday or Friday, he's sort of convincing me to do this a little bit, maybe 5 or 10% of the time. And so that's what's happening.
Oh, he loves the action. He loves the sports bet and cards and dominoes.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Let's see, just a couple more before I go here, David.
Sure.
What time of day? Well, if you're talking about the podcast, David, normally it comes out on Sundays, but you can go back on our Trade Ideas channel here and look for the podcast called Beyond the Headlines. We've done about 7 weeks now. We made a pretty good call on the gold miners 3 weeks ago. We've actually called for some unusual insider selling and bulls on the covers of magazines to heed caution. And so there's some good content in there. Love the guitars. Thank you, Leon. Oh, more guitars. Do you play in a bit? No, I dabble. I try to spend time. I bought a virtual drum set during COVID. So the last 3 years, I've been getting really good at the drums. But now I've realized I've neglected my bass and my Telecaster. So I'm trying to give them some more love. So that's the answer to that. No band. I don't have time for a band, although maybe one of these days I'll find some guys my age who want to make a fun wedding band. Anyway, he must be referring to an old live stream. Yeah, I've at my desk, sometimes I have my camera on. Right now I don't, but that's not to say that I couldn't. Let's see. I don't know if that popped up. Well, enough playing around. I better go. It shows I'm using the camera. Oh, well. There it is.
There are those beautiful.
And there are the cameras
hanging.
You see that? You see that little white circle? That's my shark robot. I am mesmerized by that thing. That thing like has LiDAR and it scans the whole house.
Oh, yeah.
I
Yeah,
love that thing.
we've got a
It's
shark.
amazing how much cat hair it picks up.
It is amazing. You got to clean it. You do have to clean it every now and then, but yeah, it is amazing. It
So
truly does the job.
that acoustical guitar, I looked at it and it said Conde Hermanos, and I got all excited one day because apparently those are really expensive. And I bought it in Madrid when I was 19, but I bought it at a flea market, so it's a knockoff.
Oh,
but
okay.
but it's a good conversation piece.
Yeah, no kidding.
All right,
All right,
Barry,
Steve.
take over.
Yeah, you can take off now. And thanks a lot for spelling me. We'll see you next week.
All right, see you. Bye.
Okay, guys. I just give me a moment to get my music up and running also. Both rooms and get rid of my announcement. Okay, so what have I been doing? Well, when I was talking to Steve, I was telling him to rescue me from my gambling. I've been gambling. It's been okay in the rent. Okay. That's been okay. But I got to stop. I've just got to stop. Now, going back to the GL. Okay, guys. So, remember the area I was talking about? Now, I will give it this. It did break down below that. Okay. That was the area that I was a little concerned with, the 52.53. It got down to 52.17. I'm completely out of it though. Actually, as it was making its way down there, I took some off. And then when it broke down, I said, oh, okay, I'm glad I have some left. But the minute it got back up to that level, I got out of it at all. So I'm completely out of the GL now. And now it's looking like believe it or not, looks like a pretty good looking bounce. And I think, traders are looking at this, what happened earlier on in the day, uh, that it did bounce right back up to 6,100, $61 or so. And so I think that's what traders are looking at. All right. Now I actually do have an alert for rent. An alert for rent. Sounds interesting. An alert for rent at, I think 23. I want to see. Yeah, actually, right. Yeah, right up at this 23 mark. I mean, if it can take that out at some point, you never know. I had a tremendous run earlier on in the day. I took advantage of some of it, and then it fell. I mean, it was $28, $29, all the way back down to 19. So there's a $10 drop, but you can kind of see if it can take out. There are three 15-minute candles at about the same area, around that little over the 23 mark. So I will just put a price alert there, and we'll see what happens if it triggers later on. Now, meanwhile, I know I mentioned this HNRA earlier, and man, what a run it had. Now it's completely pulled back. But what does it pull back to? Well, it's pulled back to the VWAP. 327 is the VWAP. It's sitting right there. Will that hold it? That's the thing. Will the VWAP hold it? Will it act like support and then pop off it? This is one of these acquisition. I mean, it's not. I don't know. I don't know how to term it or phrase it. If it's a SPAC, it's called an acquisition core, but it looks like they've already done the acquisition of Pogo Resources. So I don't understand quite, unless they're going to be changing the name, the symbol down the road. Oh, okay. ULS. ULS is open. Let's take a look at ULS. Didn't show up on the halts resumes. $34 a share. Okay, so it's right at the IPO price, and I'm sorry. Wow. So it's above the IPO price of $28. Big IPO, pretty big IPO, guys. Multiply 33 by 28. That's a pretty big amount of money they're raising, and it's above the IPO price. I'm still kind of waiting on that PACS, to see if it really wants to get going. Yeah, so they're raising not quite $1 billion. Yeah, just shy of $1 billion already. That's a pretty big IPO, guys. And as Cass was pointing out, some pretty big names behind it: Goldman Sachs, J.P. Morgan, Citi. So some big names behind it. Well, nobody knows. I mean, it's an IPO, Prag. I mean, how can anybody know? It can go as high as it wants. I mean, obviously it's an IPO today, so there's no chart resistance. There's no way to know. I am going to stick an alert at the high of the day and see if it takes it out. But as an IPO, you have no idea how low or how high it can go. All right, guys. Well, the rent. Do I gamble again? Spread is not as bad as it has been. That's too bad. I'm looking at the ATHE. I've seen it triggered. Well, it's been very choppy though. Look at the bottom tails all up and down. But I look left, and unfortunately, there is a high right at 320 in the weekly chart. So that would prevent, if it can take that out though, because there's a high at 320, a high at 324. The next high looking left is way up here at 540. So I will stick an alert. Maybe it won't happen this week. Maybe next week. Maybe it takes it out with this week today. Probably won't take it out today. Had a great run though. 2.5 day run from 2 to 3. Ah, didn't get in it. Didn't get in the rent. It wasn't bad actually for a billion in the float or whatever. 1.122 billion in the float. Hmm. Not a bad little short. Whoever took it. Casa, you took it? Yeah, you took it. Okay. No idea, Chris. I don't follow it that closely. Chris in our YouTube room says why the 2/10 year bonds down when the market is down. Don't they move in opposite directions? I'll throw that out to the room. Maybe somebody can has an opinion. I don't follow it that closely, so I don't know what the correlation is. So there's a question from somebody in YouTube. Somebody wants to offer an opinion. That'll be fine. I think this was the other one, guys. And now I've got a list now. MARPS was another one. Okay, what do I mean by another one? Another one tracking this like HUSA. Wow, I mean, this is a nice. I wish I did not partake in the bounce, unfortunately, for GL. That's a big bounce, guys. I mean, from the low of 52 up to 56 now, $4. So MARPS. I don't know if MARPS is still here. MARPS. Why do I bring it up? Again, this is another one of those. I should go back to this month and recognize this candle, guys. So MARPS is another one that I don't know how many days this was. It could have been only one day, but Indo, MARPS, HUSA, MXC, all these stocks did virtually the same thing. No, I'm not talking about getting to the same price, but the same. Aha, MNDR now, guys. I couldn't get it. Shoot. I was sticking in at a certain price. I just could not get it. MNDR. Well, there's the high. There's the high. Of course, it's an all-time high up here. Only started trading as MNDR a couple of days ago. So, shoot, just missed it by a few pennies. All right, guys. So anyway, yeah. So there was MARPS, HUSA, Indo, MXC. Those are four that I can think of, and now also that IMMP. I think that was another one that did the crazy. Maybe not. Yeah, there it is. Not quite as dramatic as the other ones, but anyway. So if this kind of continues, I mean, and remember, I mean, I think the only reason, even though they've got nothing, shouldn't have anything to do. Wow. However, look at oil, XLE. Remember, this was a strong sector, so now it has actually gone negative. So there's probably not one positive sector now. So those oil plays, little oil plays, are probably giving it up. You know, guys, I'm going to have to do a reboot. This happened yesterday to me. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a reboot of Trade Ideas, okay? So I'm gonna lose, unfortunately, all my early ones, but that's okay. Um, it's not a big deal. It's just that I lose my early alerts. Okay, now you're going to hear the little whine of the computer as it gets all revved up. All right, now this is going to be the same, of course, this one, but unfortunately now I've lost all my early alerts. Not that there were a ton of them, but and the reason I had to do that is I was always noticing my charts were really slowing down. The same thing happened yesterday in the afternoon. Okay, guys, this MNDR that I missed, very, very interested to see if it takes out 14 on some volume. See what happened. Look at the volume that came in. See the volume, little volume bar in the 15? You see how it dwindled all day, and then all of a sudden, right there, we get that big volume bar. If we can sustain it through 14, I lose the previous. Well, because when I load the program, I'm only going to see the last alert. Okay, so I lose all the previous alerts. That when I say lose them, I mean I can't see them anymore. So, for instance, if I look at my momentum scan, I had a whole ton of them here. Okay, but I rebooted at 106, so that's the last one I'm going to see. You just don't see all. I mean, I could do a history and see them, but I don't want to do that. Does that make sense? It's just that's what happens. I get the question every now and then. People will load one of my scans. They see one of my scans but it could be several hours into the day. They load on one of my scans and they say, "Hey, how come I don't see all the alerts? Past alerts? No, 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 not price alerts. I'm talking about yeah, but I want them to be clickable. Paradox. So it's not a big deal. Not a big deal. It's just I just have to deal with it. Which one was that? Husa? There's Husa right there. So there, which one was that? The symbol in the Momo scan. Oh, the momentum scan. I'm sorry. Okay, let's see. Aha! Aha! Look at this. So this is what good as usual. Good spot on that one, Pepe. So we've been asking forever. When we click on an alert in an alert window, we were not getting that red line. That red line signifies the next high on a daily chart. Okay, that's what it signifies. The only way we could get that is if we clicked on an alert from a multi-strategy window, that red line. So don't tell me that that is now going to be the norm. No, I just need another one showing up. Just give me a moment, guys. Now, wouldn't you know it, I'm not getting any, not getting any new alerts. Ah, I see what you mean. You know what? I see what you mean. I just okay, I've just deleted that then. I was all excited. I was just contacting the developers, congratulating them. They probably didn't have a chance to read what I just posted, so I just deleted it. Well, and of course, I didn't get another one, so I wanted to click on the next one that happened, and of course, I didn't get one yet, or I haven't got one yet. Oh well. So, Chris, I do not do the 3 times or even the 2 times. I don't trade ETFs. Okay, so you're asking me, do I buy and hold? No, I don't trade them at all. So I'm sorry, wrong person to ask. Maybe somebody else in the YouTube room can answer that type of a question. I know it's risky, especially the 3 times, but I'm just the wrong person to ask. I just do not trade those fund the ETFs. I only trade stocks. Okay, I don't trade anything else. I can't remember the last time I actually traded an ETF. Well, got my alert set, guys, for the MNDR just around the 14 level. Love to see it take that out on some volume, and that would be an all-time high. Of course, it just started trading 2 days ago, so all right. Well, nothing's happening for me right now. I do have my sound on. I'm not getting any new alerts. I haven't had, and this one, typically is pretty active. Now, again, the market's going down, so I'm not going to get too many on the way up, but usually get a few. And the room will be both rooms will be shutting down at 3 o'clock today. I will stay later if there are questions. Ooh, look at the MNDR. MNDR getting closer to that 14. Yeah, Michael, William will not be around to keep the room open until 3:30 or 4, the main room. So, and I certainly will not Unless there are questions, I'll always stick around if there are questions. Give me one moment, guys. Wow, that was fast, but luckily okay, one more time. Again, I almost shouldn't be showing you guys this because I don't want anybody to do this, but unfortunately, I've got to, maybe I could have a chart offline, not offline, but on my other monitor that wasn't linked. All right, I'm watching it. See for another 14 break. I heard you, or I saw you talking about this TPET in the pre-market. Yeah, I mean, I see that it's come well today, just from 27 to 50. I can't remember the last time I traded a stock under a dollar. Not that it's a bad thing if you can make money doing it, but I just usually, well, not usually, I can't remember the last time. And it's a petroleum play. So, well, it was in the right sector. I mean, I can't believe when I saw what was happening to XLE. So this is trading on its own. Some of these little petroleum stocks now are kind of just trading on their own. They don't care. I think earlier on they were probably active because what was happening with XLE. I just don't like how many shares I have to take, Kuda. It's that simple. So consequently, whatever you get comfortable with. But look, if you told me that this was going to go from 27 to 50 cents, sure. Uh, but it's not the shareholders, is it? I don't think it's the shareholders that are. You're talking about this potential deal with the Japanese steel company. Yeah, yeah, the shareholders maybe. Yeah, they probably love it, but it's the union, and I just think it's the idea that one of the oldest companies in your country will be sold to a foreign country. I just find it'll have so many roadblocks, but well, for me, guys, the only interesting thing for me right now is the MNDR. I'm just waiting to see if it can really power through 14. And other than that, I'm just sort of sitting on my hands. The GL, I've somewhat lost interest. I mean, I should have been participating in the bounce, but I'm not. You don't give up, do you, Grumpy? Oh, I think I think that, yeah, foreign or well, other countries outside the United States, they wouldn't care. I just think it's a psychological thing. I may be completely wrong, but to have U.S. steel bought by a foreign country, I don't know. And it's not my country, so I don't care. But all right, guys, it's 1:28. So for the last time this week, just going to go over the contest and the test drive combined into one. So let me just get the link. All right, so I put the link in. It's called April 2024 Test Drive Plus Contest. Okay, click on it. Starts next Friday, guys. So here's what it's all about. There we go. So if you scroll down a little bit, okay, so the test drive begins next Friday. Okay, that's April 19th for the full day, and it'll run to April 29th, Monday, a full day. So I believe that's 7 trading days with trade ideas, and plus the weekend between. It'll cost you $7.77. And for that, you'll have our premium service, okay, our full service for $7.77. So if you've been sitting out there, I know we get a lot of questions about do you have free trials and all? We do not, but this is about as close as you're going to get, okay? And if you're a standard subscriber and you want to upgrade to our premium service for those, well, it says 10 days. What they mean is they're counting the weekend, I guess. But anyway, um, we'll upgrade you to the premium service, okay, for the $7.77. Now, once it's over, it's over. In other words, there's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription. We are not that type of a company, okay? Now, if you sign up today, right now, what you're doing is you're pre-registering, okay? You are pre-registering. So don't expect any data until next Friday, okay? Now, I should say one thing. If you're using a Mac, you will have some limitations, okay? Um, you will not have access to the full Brokerage Plus program. You know what I want to do though? I want to see. Okay, I'll keep going because I want to ask the guys at Trade Ideas something. So that's the test drive. Okay, that is the test drive. Now, also during the test drive, we will have the contest. So the contest will start April 23rd to 25th, Tuesday to Thursday inclusive. And what is the contest? So it is whoever makes the most money using our simulator, okay? Using our simulator. And what I understand is that the simulator will be available even if you're using a Mac or a tablet. Okay, it won't be the full version of what we call Brokerage Plus, but it'll allow you to buy and sell and compete in the contest. Okay, and whoever wins makes the most money after the 3 days, $2,400 gift certificate. Okay, from Amazon. and it's kind of fun, a lot of fun. In fact, I found we I think this will be the fifth one. I put up the leaderboard, the top 10, and it just it's constantly changing. So it is kind of a fun contest. If you're a premium subscriber, you can automatically enter if you want. You don't have to pay the 777. And if you're a standard subscriber and all you want is a contest, you don't care about upgrading to premium. You will though. I mean, we'll upgrade you to premium, but it will cost the 777 to get into the contest. Okay? So hopefully that is clear enough. And if you have any questions about it, just ask. So that's the contest and the test drive. Next. All right. Now I just put in my homepage link. So I always have to start off with this. Okay. So if you're looking at this, this is a top list window. Okay. A top list window, the relative strength leaders from the close percent. This is a top list window. If I right click on it and I uncheck that show tree map, this is the grid format they typically, well, for years and years and years, this is the only way a top list window would be displayed. We've now added an option for you. If you right click and you can click on show tree map, and then it'll transform it into this format. Okay. Now, if you do not have that as an option, if you don't have it as an option, and I forgot to move my homepage completely off. So if you do not have that as an option, you have to have our latest beta. Okay. All you have to do is scroll up to the download section on my homepage, click on the download, and here is the beta. Then you will have the option to turn it into a tree map. If you don't like it, if you don't care about it, then you don't have to do it. Okay. It's just that it's not in the beta, it's not in the pro yet in this 5.6.70 version. It's just not in there yet. It's got to be there for the test drive and all. So there's that. Next, if you do want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started 10 short videos that will get you going. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, series of videos, about 38 of them, all free. Okay. I think that'll get you going also if you're new to trading. I do a stock of the day. You know what? I forgot to do it. Ha! I forgot to do the stock of the day video today. Oh well, guess I won't do one now. I actually forgot to do it. Usually I do it between 12 and 1 when I'm on my break. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens, before the about an hour or so before the market opens every Monday. Big education section is here. And before we take a look at my scans, all I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, just use my promo code. The room will get credit for the subscription. And why is that important? Well, this is a free room. So in order to keep it free, company wants to see, well, who's listening? And they can tell who's listening by how many subscriptions are being sold, using my code. It's that simple. Okay. And last, if you're looking for my scans, here they are. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. This is a momentum scan that I demonstrate from time to time. This is the halts resumes over here. And remember, guys, I had to do a reboot of Trade Idea, so you're not seeing all of the earlier ones, the earlier alerts from this. And this is the combo scan that I talk a lot about, the option activity scan. So here are the scans that I'm sharing. You can have a look at them. I don't have them all up and running at the same time. That would be way too much of an overload on trying to, keep track of everything that I'm clicking on. So if you have any questions, this is a support room also. It's not just a trading room. Okay. You guys give me a moment. Just okay, I'm all caught up. It's the beta. It's I don't even know if it has a number. It's the beta. So if you go to my homepage, or click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link, and right at the top it says download, okay, and it's right here, download beta, okay, that's it. Not if you don't have the beta. Well, I think the 0.70 is the last one. Give me a moment. All right, just a couple things I just want to just checking again to see whether or not the no, you're not lagging behind on the production version, but if you want the tree map, you have to have the beta. It's that's all I'm saying. If you don't care about seeing the data displayed like this, then it doesn't matter. Yeah. So what it mean? I'll answer for you, Ashley. So when he's saying add enter short 55.90, that means he will take the trade on a short at 55.90, and 56.50 will be his stop. Okay. I'll just answer for Shady. Okay. No, but that's got nothing to do with this. I'm on a development version, CUDA. Okay, I'm on something like about 3 or 4. It's got nothing to do with that. I'm on a development version because I'm always the guinea pig, so I'm always the one complaining to the developers, "Hey, this isn't working." And I don't even know what I'm on anymore. Help and about. Yeah, 5.6.85. So I mean, the production version is 5.6.70. So that's how many, I'm above. This is the development version though, which is not the same as the beta. For instance, on this development version, I cannot, the last development version I was on, I was able to have the little picture in picture, the little charts. And on this version, I'm just not able to. I can, but it's not allowing me to change timeframes. And they know this, but they would not necessarily have known it unless I had told them. So are you talking about this green and red shaded line? Okay. So all you have to do, Charlie, on any chart, okay, on the 15-minute chart though, as I got it, but you can do it on any time frame, okay, any time frame. If you right click and you go to properties, see, I hit didn't even hit it. This box pops up, and then just check the show smart risk levels, okay? You see what I'm doing here at the bottom there, where it says show smart risk levels, and just check that, and then you will get. This is I'll go over this. I mean, this is a suggested. Well, look at the TPET right there showing up front and center now. Now that it's over 50 cents. So what they're saying, what this is trying to tell you is that if you took this trade at 63 cents, okay, you could that dotted red line is telling you a suggested stop, which would be 60 cents. Okay. And I wouldn't pay any attention to the target. The target is just double the difference in where if you took the trade, say at 64 cents, let's make the math super simple. If you took the trade at 64 cents and the stop was at 60 cents, it would just that's a 4 cent difference. You would just double that to 8 cents, and that's where you'd see your little target area. But that just to me it makes no difference. I don't follow this because it's not my idea of a stop necessarily. Let's take another one because this is a crazy one. Let's take a look at I don't know, NXPL. So again, if you took this trade at 192, they're saying okay, you could put a stop, very tight stop at 186. Now, how is this generated? It takes the volatility of 15-minute this is a very general description or definition. It takes the volatility of the 15-minute candles, the high and the low of the day, and it sort of feeds those numbers into the system and it generates this smart stop. The smart stop, of course, will change. I mean, see right now, the smart stop is for if you took the trade at 192, there would be the smart stop. But let's just say that NXPL moved higher and higher and higher, and you didn't take the trade here. Maybe it got up to 250. You would see a smart stop, I don't know, maybe 10 cents under 250. But what it's telling you, it's saying if you took the trade right now at this price, that is a suggested stop. Okay. And you can actually, I guess, in theory, I mean, you're going to get some pretty wild ones here because of, these are, how about let's take a look at Apple as an example. It's not quite as, okay. Let me put this here. Okay. So again, this is just a guide, right? So you could, in theory, they're saying if you took Apple right here at 175, there would be your stop. So they're putting the stop at the low of the previous 2 days ago. I don't know if that's typical. Let me do Microsoft. Just no. So they've got the Microsoft stop down here. So I don't know how this is generated. Again, it is it is some mathematical gyrations that take place. Maybe it's the height of the daily candles. I really don't know. Whoa, look at Coupang now, guys. CPNG. Maybe for a late day move. I mean, would I put my stop? See, they're finding an area. I'm not sure what. I thought it used to be a 20-day low, but obviously it's not. So, I mean, if you took this trade, would you put a stop down at 17 if you were swinging it? I don't know. It's up to you. I wouldn't, but so let me get rid of that. But if I were starting out, you know what? Maybe I would try, using these in the intraday as a stop. And what you could do is just practice in the simulator using the what has been generated by the system as a stop. Hmm. Well, guys, I had to do a reboot here, so I think Coupang CPNG. I think the trigger was it 2120? Anybody who didn't have to do it and has the combo scan, was it 2120? Thank you, Pepe. Yeah, so it was 2120. I didn't take it, but look, it's got that look, doesn't it? I mean, on a monthly chart, look at all the room it's got. Nobody's saying it's getting to 27, but on a weekly, I don't even think you can see that. Yeah. So, guys, how has been now that I think I've had this new mic for 2 weeks now. So, how has been? I think the audio is probably pretty good, but no noise canceling. So, I know you guys hear my computer every now and then, but how about anything else in the background? Watching MNDR again, guys. See if it takes out 14 again. Thanks, Steve. Okay, good. I was pretty sure the audio quality would be pretty good. I just have to train myself to talk more into the mic. With three monitors, I'm sort of moving around my mouth. So I do realize sometimes the audio seems to fade in and out, and that's just because that's my problem. But I was more interested in what sort of background noise are you guys picking up? Okay, guys, the MNDR, I don't know why I'm fixated on it, but just because, it's the Singapore stock, it's definitely way above the IPO price, back up to 14 now. In fact, right here. So that is, I believe that could be a high of the day. Boy, look at this CPNG. My goodness, his Coupang is with that float of 1.26 billion. That's a great move. 12%. Good one, Kuda. Uh, yeah, sometimes when my wife is working from home, you might hear some little bit of background noise, but I don't think it's certainly not oppressive. So now we have not had a leaf blowing day. But you know what? You're not going to hear leaf blowers. Instead of the they've switched. They come now in the afternoon, so I'm already done my time, afternoon my time. So they're not coming in the morning. It's a non-issue. Perfect. I'm so happy to hear. Look at this, guys. I mean, since I did the reboot, only one stock has shown up that has met all these filter requirements. And usually this is a super active scanner. Well, what's Indo doing now? Is Indo, it really hasn't get. I have to take a look at XLE again. I couldn't believe it when I put this up and how much it had been dropping. Yeah, still. Look at this. This was the only sector that was up in the pre-market. Every other sector was down, but now this one is down. This is what I was talking about, this little insert, okay? Now, typically what I should be able to do is you see this is a 15-minute chart. Well, why don't I already have a 15-minute chart? So I should be able to, I click on the clock, and if I wanted to see a 6-month chart on a daily basis, can't do it. And that's just because I'm on this. I mean, the last development build I was on, it was no problem, but this one just can't do it. They've changed the time frames. If you guys do the same thing, you will see, the 5 minute, 15, 30 hour, month, week, and all that. But they've changed it now to 1 month, 6 months, year to date, 1 year, 5 years. So, and it's just not, it, it's not working. What were the picks today? Well, easy go early, and it was awesome. Early was awesome. You had to manage the trade, of course, but the alert happened at 286. You can see right there, 286, and it got all the way up. I mean, that was a massive move up to 381. And now, but you had to manage the trade. You could not walk away for half an hour and expect it to still be up there. So, but it was an awesome alert, 286, all the way up, tacking on a dollar. Now, nobody's saying you could get in, you would have got in right at 286 and got out right at 380. Okay. But that was one. And the rest of them, yeah, the NTEX didn't do anything. Well, I shouldn't say that. We had the alert at 319. It did get up to 335, but but now it's below the alert price. So, I mean, in theory, it worked a little bit. I don't think the THTH really did anything. Again, we had an alert at 124. Yeah, a little bit above. That wasn't really anything. So the big one really was early with the EZGO. I don't know. That GL looks like it still wants to kind of continue on up a bit. Like I say, well, if it takes out that 5640 area, Steve, as you know, if you're watching or listening to him in our YouTube room, between 12 and 1, he loves this 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. So you can see kind of what happened. It was moving down, and when it popped above it, it is kept above it for a while anyway. I'm sorry, did I say? Okay, let me rephrase. 10 SMA. Sorry, the 10 SMA, not EMA. 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Sorry. Now, the only thing is he doesn't use pre-market. Okay, so I don't know how different this will look. Whoops. Okay, make sure this is now that's the 8. Okay, these are all 8s. This is I've got to change my default chart. Okay, I'm going to do that right now that I have a moment. Oh, I do have the SMA. Okay. Why I have it twice? I don't know what this goal level is, but must have missed one. Just give me a moment. Okay, so that is now why it's twice is because it's just a little bit of a hack. If I add it twice, it'll make the line a little darker. Now I know on the later charts you don't have to do that. You can actually make the line darker, but that was what I was doing before. Now what I want to do is just want to save this as a default chart so that I have this all the time. So let's take a look at this. So 5465, about the same. That's about the same. I mean, it looks like it broke it at 5465 and it did the same right there, 5465. So Well, I know, but look at GL. GL was wildly trading in the pre-market. You're absolutely right, Kuda, but it was trading a lot in the pre-market. So if it was going to be affected, you would think that GL would be affected. So I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be an absolutely huge difference. I mean, but look at GL. I mean, I'm looking at it right now. Lots of activity in the pre-market. There was a lot of volume in the pre-market. Anyway, Cafe au lait. Haven't seen you for a while. How do I set or create a candle that the open is equal to the low? I don't think you can. So explain to me exactly what you mean, though. Create a candle that the open is equal to the low. Just give me a moment, please. Are you talking about a doji? Just give me a moment. My phone is ringing. You probably heard that. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, I had to take a phone call. Okay, so I'm not sure I know what you mean. Anyway, cafe au lait. Create a candle. Are you talking about a doji? I mean, are you talking, I mean, we do have, I think, I haven't used it ever, but are you talking about a doji? Because this is what we do have. Okay, we have a 5 minute, 10, 15, 30, and 60. Is that what you're talking about? Well, if it is a doji, this is all we have, okay? This is all we have in terms of, but let's take a look at Husa. I've never used it, okay? I've never used it, but let's take a look at Husa and what are you talking about specifically? So what are you talking about specifically then? You're talking about the opening candle? So I'm gonna have to get rid of this. This is the other bug I've noticed. Okay, so there's where it opened, okay? 167. It opened at 167. So what is your question then, really? And there's the opening, that's the 9:30 candle. So it opened at 167. There's the opening candle. So what is the question then? When you say open equal to the low of what? Anybody understand what Cafe is trying to say here? I mean, all I can say is it opened at a dollar 67. Okay, so okay, so when okay, he might, if he's saying that, then it's, but he said it opened, so that's why I was thinking he meant it opened equal to the low. All right, will it go? Will it go? MNDR. The open was untouched. You were confusing me. You were confusing me. So here is the open for HUSA. Okay, there's the open. So I don't. Maybe it's just semantics. I mean, this is the opening candle for HUSA. The opening price was 167. Maybe this is what he means. So it closed at 160. Okay, yesterday's close was at 160 right there. It opened though at one. It opened at, well, I don't know, 167, a little bit above. If you're looking, are you looking? Yeah, yeah. What's the question exactly? Are you looking for stocks that equal to the low? Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I really have to watch my MNDR now. It finally did what I wanted it to do. And can it take out 15? If it The open was equal to the low. The open was equal to the low. The low of what? I'm sorry. Here's the open. You're talking about the open of equal to the low of yesterday? Well, I mean, but you're asking me to use HUSA as an example. So the low of yesterday was 157. It opened at 167. So that's not equal. It's close, but it's not equal. I'm sorry. I must be dense or something, Cafe. I just don't understand what you mean. Sorry. Maybe somebody else does. I just don't understand what you mean. Got to watch the MNDR also. I've got one eye on that and trying to figure out what you mean. But but it opens. I mean, the low of the candle is the open. I mean that's the open, and then it moved. That's where it closed up here. If he's wanting that like it opened, moved higher, and then it closed here, that's different. Then you'd have a big topping tail if that's what he means. Ah, right, 15. Come on, baby. Oh, wow. Okay. I mean, took a long time for it to break out over 14 in a decent way for the MNDR. Whew. All right. Well, I mean, it took a long time to really, really, really break through that 14 level. It was about almost an hour and a half. Just traders. It's an IPO. Call it a successful IPO, Prague. The IPO was at 4, not many shares issued. It's out of Singapore. So who knows, there's some group there maybe. I really don't know. There's no news if that's what you're talking about, but yeah, I know. Well, you're not going to find news. I mean, the news is that it's an IPO out of Singapore and people are interested. The IPO was priced at $4. So it's been a successful IPO. The day of, it closed at 671. So it's been a successful IPO so far. So cafe, I'm not sure. I'd love to try to help you, but I don't know if you mean then the opening candle and with a really tall with a really big, well, it doesn't have to be really big, I guess, but with a topping tail, which would mean that it moved higher, but then it closed maybe near where it opened, if that's what you mean. In that case, I'm not even sure we have something like that. I think we have some, if that's what you're talking about. You're the dojis, so we have hammers, but what's the reverse? Surprised there's not one with a big topping tail. All right, guys. Well, any drop underneath 15, I'm going to take some off of the MNDR, sorry. Front and center right there. Look at that. Even the rent has me interested, maybe for later. I don't think it's triggered though. Briefly. It's got to take this out right around here. Again, around that 20, a little over 23, 23, 28 or so. I think if it takes that out on some volume, it could have a late day run. Could. So that's all I'm going to do. Just put my price alert. Finally, let's see. You are right. You are right. Unfortunately, you are right. I just clicked on Neov, and I don't get the red line. All right, I've taken some off the MNDR. I don't want to run the risk of it really piling through 15 down. So taking some off, and I'm going to try. If it gets underneath 15, I'm out. Well, that rent is getting interesting again for me anyway. Okay, getting closer. It's the trend is up. If we want to follow what Steve talks about, that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, it's holding. Volume is still pretty good. I mean, it's not. I mean, it's 80,000 shares right here. It's not. The previous 15-minute candle on rent was huge. Okay, compared to the last several hours. All right, definitely gone from the NDR. But believe it or not, I will put a price alert at the high of the day in case it does that on some volume. I should look at the view app. Okay, 2349 is the view app for rent. So yeah, well, it's below it by about a dollar, I guess. Well, we have a halt here, guys. DTCK, DTCK. Well, Davis Commodities. All right, where they're now they're out of Singapore, just like MNDR. They're out of Singapore. Um, the volume. I mean, it just started really. This is it. I mean, this is the big volume burst of the day. It's only traded 122,000 and 105,000 in that candle right here. Well, what the heck is this all about? 148 is the next high looking left. You were stuck in a bounce play for the GL. Well, this should be, I don't know, it could be kind of interesting. The DCTK, it's halted at 128. This is again, Interactive Brokers. This blue screen you see from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales, Interactive Brokers. Can't see the symbol, but it is DTCK. Halted at 128. Potential open around this area, 133. We'll have to see, of course. Is it a 5-minute halt? If it is, it'll open at 228 plus 40 seconds if it is going to be a 5-minute halt. So as it gets closer to that 5 minutes, wow, really? You needed my little Chloe, who's just a little miniature 15-pounder. I'm 100% sure she would have been barking like crazy. That's hard to hear anyway. Sorry about that. Somebody tried to break into the house. Okay. When you say you can't find DTCK anywhere, what do you mean by that? I'm just clicking on it right there. It got halted. It's not showing up in any other scan of mine. It's just showing up in the halts resumes. It's not in a scan. All right. Well, what time is it now? 14:27 plus 3 seconds. So another minute and a half or so, if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. I mean, it's a Singapore stock. They wholesale sugar, rice, and fat products. Okay. So it's not a fintech. I thought it might have been a fintech, but it's like a commodity broker, I suppose. Okay, less than a minute now, guys. If it is going to be a 5-minute halt, there's a potential open. Now, as I've said a few times, the possibility of my taking this trade, if it if it let's say it gets up to 133 and then it comes back down through 128, say 120, and then it comes back up through 128, I'll probably take the trade. This is not a recommendation to do the same thing. Very risky, but just to let you know what I have been doing on the first halt anyway of a stock. All right. It's 5 seconds. If it's a 5-minute halt, four, three, two, and one. There it goes. So see, it did not. See, right now, see 140. So it did not come back down through that the 128 price. Not yet anyway. If it does, but it depends how far. Boy, that just popped up to 146. I may just have to let it go. Yeah, I'm just gonna let it go. Crazy though, isn't it? I mean, out of absolutely nowhere, this stock shows up. And now you can see it right here. Yeah, GL's having a great bounce now, guys. You know, since those lows down here are around 53, I mean, that's about a $4, $5, $4.50 bounce. Is it really? It is shortable. In fact, a lot. 300,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. What's the float? 4.6 million. Not that I want to short it, but I mean, look, I mean, here's the deal. I mean, if if it took out 178, I guess anything is possible. That's the high of that week and that week. Then you look left, and the next high is way up here at 881. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but I don't know what happened. But if you look left on the daily chart, the next high, actually might be right there. 148 is the next high in the daily chart and the weekly chart. Yeah, 148. Okay, guys. So I got probably less than half an hour. Okay, I might shut down around 10 to 3. Again, William will not be keeping the room open late. So a good opportunity. If you have any questions, ask me some questions now before I do pack it in for the week. Well, what he's saying, Christine, is that we see stocks that get halted, of course, because of volatility. But what he's talking is about more like a news halt, okay, in which no, it doesn't absolutely 100%. It doesn't mean that it's going to have a like a regulatory. We want more information, like what's going on. You mean can you? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sir Tracy. I'm sorry. There are two rooms. I should always remember. I just forgot. We have two rooms. Okay. Okay. So Christine is in the other room. There are two rooms that I moderate. Look at the packs, guys. Sorry. I'm so intrigued with this one. Okay. Um, so I have two rooms that I moderate. You're in the YouTube room, and then there's another room. Okay. Aha. Well, it was a mild event. Well, when I said, I was just quoting somebody else, okay, who said there was a 25 day period in which, in theory, companies cannot come out and, comment until like 25 days before earnings. Now, they came out with a very, very mild rebuttal, not really a rebuttal. They just said, you know what? And I think they'll probably have to wait for a big rebuttal until after earnings. Look at PAX, guys. Okay. I'm sorry, can I adjust the charts, move left, up and up, right and down? So when you say adjust the charts, are you talking about the axis? I mean, I can make the candles bigger. Let me get another one. Let me bring up HNRA. So are you talking about being able to do something like this? Is that what you're talking about? You can't move them up though, okay? You can't expand this y-axis if that's what you're talking about. But if you're talking about increasing the width of the candles, all you have to do is okay. So left click on the chart that you want to do this to. Okay, left click on the chart just so Trader just knows the chart you're in. Okay, so I've left clicked on this, and then keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard. Okay, and now use your scroll wheel to scroll in and out on your mouse. Okay. Hopefully, you're using the downloadable application and you're not on a Mac. I think that you can do it on a Mac, but Okay, did that work, Tracy? Okay, great. Guys, PAX, PACS. Getting close to something I may do. I might even hold it. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just looking at some internal. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's halted. It's just not trading. I'm sorry. I've just been. I had to answer an email. So let's take a look at PAX. I don't think it's halted. PACS. Because I don't. Oh, maybe it is. Maybe it is. I didn't have it up in Interactive Brokers. No, it is not halted. All right, guys. 2:39. So maybe in another 10 minutes I've got. Okay, and then I'm going to take off. Again, I'll always stick late. I'll stick around if there are more questions. But if there are no more questions, I'm going to probably take off in about 10 minutes. Okay, this one just got halted. Now I have seen this one in the past, the COCH, and this got halted. Looks like big bottoming tails there, so it must have got halted on the way up. As a potential, believe it or not, as a potential swing for me. Okay, Ashish, this is not a recommendation to do the same thing. It's a new IPO. The only reason I'm considering it is because there are a lot of pretty big people behind it, and it's not terribly above the IPO price, so it hasn't. It's not like it's super extended, but that has to be up to you. Okay, we just started trading yesterday. Okay, and now it broke. I thought it actually was. I thought that was the second day, but I guess I'm wrong. No, I guess that was. You're right. I'm not. You're right. I am right. This was the second day or first day. It's above yesterday's high now, of course, in a big way. Some some big names are behind it. Not that that absolutely. It's a healthcare company of some sort. Let me just refresh my memory. Yes. Okay, so there it is. So yeah, 21 million shares. The offer and it 21. So it came out at above the IPO price at 21. So, but not hugely above. It hasn't like run away. And the people behind it are so we've got Citi, JP Morgan, Truist, RBC. Okay, so some pretty big names. But we'll see. I mean, I don't have a crystal ball to know what it's going to do, but are they? I have no idea, Denver. MNDR again, guys. I'm not in it now, though, but boy, it is not in it anymore. MNDR. Boy, there's that high right there. I'm talking about PACS, PACS, okay? PACS, not PCAS, PACS, PACS, PACS. Meanwhile, COCH, so it got halted on the way up, obviously a big bottoming tail, and then it must have been accelerating higher. Still down for the day, though. And there's COCH is now resuming. All right, guys, I think I'm going to wrap this up now, unless there are any other questions. Okay, I think I'm going to wrap it up now. Take off a little bit early, get a jump start on the weekend. So I'll stick around for another minute or so. If I see a question, I'll answer it. Otherwise, I will shut down. And I have to shut down the main room too. Well, that was an ugly candle on the PAX. I was hoping it would hold over 24, but I'm, that's where I wanted to, it's pretty whippy still. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions. So thanks for all the help today and all week. I'll open the room. I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Yes. I'll be on the mic 9 a.m. in the morning, Eastern time, Monday. So have a great weekend and we'll see you then. So I'm just shutting down the screen sharing in the main room, muting myself now in the main room, and shutting down our YouTube room.